Quasimodo. Quasimodo. Got lots of bitches calling me on my mobile. Quasimodo. I got a natural flesh patch right there for my mobile. I live a life Quasimodo. My bitches be calling me Master Modo. You don't even understand this flow though. When I get older, will I still have an effed up shoulder? Quasimodo. High school kids making fun of me and call me Play-Doh. On this back part right here, just this part is Play-Doh. Quasimodo. I'm up in my castle. It's very dank.
I found her humpback chick, she was stank on it. Quasimodo, looking for a Quasimodo. Quasimodo, you don't even know what it's like with a little bitty friend on your back like this right here. I got a little brother on my shoulder. Quasimodo, I just bought a weird modified Lambo so that I can drive in a weird way inside a modified Lambo. Whoa.
Shop. Oh, I'm married to a Funko Pop. Whoa. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh. Welcome everybody. Mormons, where you at? Jojo. We got little Momo. We got little Momo wearing his hijab in the desert, making little bitty momos with 6-year-olds. We got little bitty Jojo in the desert with a bunch of little prairie muffins, making more little Momo Jojos. Islam versus Mormons. It's desert prairie muffin mamas. Oh yeah. We got wedding goodies in a Subway shop. Oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh. I'm collecting my bitches in the desert, whether I'm Momo or whether I'm Jojo. I'm collecting my bitches in the desert, whether I'm Momo or whether I'm Jojo. Momo's little Momo, a little Jojo. Be collecting all them bitches in a caravan in the desert, whether it's Utah or whether it's Saudi Arabia. I'll be collecting them bitches in the desert in a caravan. I can carry you, man. Married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh. Ooh. Come join in the Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh.
I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, oh.
Oh, oh. Oh, yeah. Welcome, everybody. It's time for Open Forum again. And we got to cover some news, too. A lot of stuff going down. I've been throwing out zingers. I said, looks like the whole world is Control F searching Middle Eastern countries right now. Get it? Y'all get my jokes? Y'all don't even know what's going on. The JFK Files just went up. So Trump supposedly has finally okayed the release. They're on a government website. I've not looked at them. One of my friends, Tristan, has been, you may have heard of Tristana, beautiful trans individual, has sent me a page talking about Gladio and the usage of, let me see, I'm trying to find the actual page here. I don't see where it's talking about Gladio though. But he says, let's see. Tristana says, Gladio operations in Italy and the CIA producing the Animal Farm animated film, all of which is public information already known. So, I mean, who didn't know that certain entities, etc., were behind the JFK event? I mean, like, you have to be like the most boomer normie not to know this by now. But who knows? I mean, it's 80,000 documents. So probably all the redacted parts are the hot, juicy parts that mention Middle Eastern countries. I don't know. This got more views than I expected. Real quick here. Your boy, Cyrus the Virus. Did you notice that? Do you know James White was in movies? He actually played Cyrus the Virus in the film Con Air. Cyrus the Virus. Because I knew I'd heard that lisp somewhere. I was like, who has that Skittles of a lisp? Oh, it's Cyrus the Virus from Con Air. Cyrus the Virus. So there we go. A little bit of update on that. And then our boy Jimmy Jam. I couldn't help posting this because it made me laugh. I laughed until I cried when I saw this. Boomer Man from 2005 internet attempts to meet and refute 2025 internet. And how did it go for him?
Shortly after all that, I get a response from him. And his response is, you have a gay lisp and wear Cosby sweaters.
And why is he sitting there with a damn fake pulpit? He's sitting in a room with a fake pulpit as his...
Shortly after all that...
his computer streaming setup? What? And instead of using screen share or OBS, he's got a TV tilted at him that no one can see what the heck is on the TV.
I get...
Like I said, 2005 era internet boomer man is completely flummoxed by someone in 2025 not taking him seriously and just clowning on him. And you can always tell these people, like, they take themselves so seriously that when they get made fun of and clowned on, they make it even worse for themselves by replying to tweets in their pastor lair. It's like a man cave converted into a pastor's lair. Protestant pastor lair. Who knows what's going on down there? I don't want to know, but that made me laugh really hard. These giant Christian Zionist profiles, I mean, I'm sick of this stuff, dude. I mean, we've been talking about this for the last 2 or 3 weeks now, month now. So these people, ask these people to come have a debate with me or something. This DC Drano is here promoting the Scofield Bible. Oh my gosh. And they're so ignorant. They think that because the Jews wrote the Old Testament and because Jesus was Jewish, that Christianity is just parallel to Judaism. No. Hebrew Christianity, Hebrew Old Testament religion is proto-Christianity. They have it backwards. And today's rabbinic Judaism parted ways with that in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries and became rabbinic Talmudic Judaism, 2 different religions. So to constantly, consistently equate these as if they're the same is a mistake. And the church is the replacement, the spiritual Israel. Israel is divorced for their unfaithfulness, as Hosea says. Matthew 23, Matthew 21, the parable of the vine dresser. The kingdom of God will be taken from you and given to a nation producing the fruits thereof. The church, Galatians 6:16, is the Israel of God. The only way to be to be of the faith of Abraham is to have the faith of Abraham, which is faith in Christ, Galatians 3 and 4, and Romans 4. So, these people just have no clue what they're talking about. Just ignorant people, or they're paid to promote stuff. But DC Drano is a huge profile, 2 million followers. Why does this profile have 2 million followers? I've been over here tweeting legit truth for how many years? Since 2009, and I have almost 100. Well, I know he tweets a lot of normie political crap, which I guess is what boomer tards eat up on Twitter, but now we got Lemon over here. He's linking all the Mormons that he knows, which is fine with me. I don't care, because we're going to talk a little bit about Mormonism today. It's not the only topic, because even on the best days, there's maybe 1 or 2 Mormons that call in. So, let's pull up our favorite Bible, so-called quote-unquote Bible, the Joseph Smith translation. And somebody sent me a video, too, where Mormons talk about their view that one of their knee-high, one of their stupid books, quotes the added fake sections to Genesis that Joseph Smith added. Yeah, Genesis 50. And it's quoted in Nephi 3, 4-22. And all the fake shit is down here at the end, right? So if you are familiar with all Bibles and all Genesises previous to the time of Joseph Smith, there ain't no extra verses about Joseph Smith. Now, I have to say this because it cracked me up. Multiple Mormons in comments and on Twitter, all of whom I asked to come debate or to hop on the stream. They don't have to debate. They can ask questions if they want. I don't care. They are saying stuff that is so unbelievably dumb that it's unbelievable. Hence, it's unbelievably dumb. So multiple Mormons are saying, for example, where is that at? Like, scroll down to it. Why shouldn't Joseph Smith have added verses to the Bible? He's a prophet. Just like Moses added commandments to the Israelites. And Jesus' followers wrote him into Isaiah. this is what these people believe. I didn't realize they were that dumb. And I don't hate Mormons. It's just, first of all, you think that prophecy is equivalent to what con men do? So essentially any religious con man is now a prophet? And do you understand that admitting this is admitting that the religion is fraudulent? You're admitting that Joseph Smith is just adding verses and that the apostles wrote Jesus into Isaiah as if it's not a messianic prophecy ahead of time. So their actual definition and explanation of what prophecy is gives away that the religion is a con. And he's not the only one. Another Mormon said the same thing. So it's like they think this is a defense. It's really weird. Now, on top of that, this guy took issue with me calling out. So he writes that the Mormon view of the preexistence of souls, which is a pagan doctrine, he admits in his original post, our understanding of premortal, the preexistence of souls, is unique amongst Christianity. First of all, you're not Christian. Christianity is defined by the historic creeds produced by the church. So you're a fraud. You don't get to take that title unto yourself. But it's a near unanimous doctrine across traditional cosmologies, aka pagan cosmologies, and then he gives the stupid idea that the church apostatized. So there was a blackout in the church. So again, gates of hell prevailed against the church. Jojo Smith comes to restore the church. I said, wow, so your worldview is pagan as we knew. And then he says a bunch of stupid stuff like, you're like a liberal saying the N word. Not even grasping that you literally just admitted that the worldview that you got about pre-existing souls comes from pagan worldviews. You just said that. So now here's another guy. I said, if Joseph Smith adds himself retroactively to predict himself, is that not a fraud? And this Mormon says, maybe, but that's your best argument. I mean, that shows that he's a fraud. Like, that undoes the religion if that's true. What do you mean? That's all that I need. The core question is not whether Joseph Smith added to Genesis, but whether his additions were inspired. Okay, so retroactively, you can be inspired to write yourself into the last chapter of Genesis. And if you're inspired, it becomes a prediction of yourself. You don't see how stupid this is. I mean, this is like, you got to be committed stupid to believe that. I mean, it's like you got to hammer down, double down, triple down to be that dumb, to not understand how what you said is just completely stupid. Who is so stupid out there as to not see it's dumber than Islam, although it's the same mistake. Now, on top of that, Daily Wire seems to be allegedly collapsing. Now, I wrote a tweet some months back that went viral here, checking in on conservative Daily Wire media. You got this cast of goofballs. Oh, I guess all is good. Carry on. And now Jeremy Boring has stepped down. Ian Carroll allegedly has sources that allegedly have pointed out that the company perhaps allegedly might be going bankrupt. I wonder why. Well, maybe it's because the rest of the thinking population has moved on past fake Con Inc. No one wants Destiny and Nala and whatever else this is as conservatism. It's not conserving anything except Skittles. That's essentially all that. The whole thing is just a means to convince conservatives that Skittles are conservative.
Right.
That, and it's essentially the Israeli Wire. The Daily Wire. And I think it's funded by billionaire messianic sectarians who are anti-Trinitarian. Did you guys know that? Did you know Daily Wire is funded by billionaire anti-Trinitarian sectarians out of Texas? just look that up. I forget their name, Falk or something like that. So here's what Ian says about
Self-proclaimed God King of the Daily Wire is at the heart of so many scandals. And yes, he is self-described as the God King. And the email just went out today internally that he is stepping down and now Axios is covering the story. It has not yet broken, as far as I'm aware, that private equity is moving in and looking to buy up the Daily Wire. I heard, rumor mill, that Silver Lake Capital is looking to buy them up. And yo, Silver Lake, you guys might want to watch this video before you think too hard about it, because there's a lot that is not in the public square right now. We're about to get into stuff like canceled credit cards, lying to the press, trying to trick Tim Pool. As far as I can tell from my sources, even people inside of the Daily Wire only know part of the story, and they're all kind of getting played against each other. It's a whole mess. And the most important part of this mess is that the Daily Wire has a long history of treating their employees like shit. And so I've had numerous sources inside the Daily Wire for quite some time because everyone hates them, even their own people. That's not to mention the numerous sources outside of the Daily Wire that did not take the NDA money on the way out. Like, I had people literally in my comments on Instagram offering to give me dirt on the Daily Wire because they hated the Daily Wire so much. It's out of control. And it all centers around the God King and his fucking massive ego. And his lifelong desire to be a famous actor and make it in Hollywood, which he failed at originally years and years and years ago. And so once the Daily Wire was off the ground, he just couldn't help but try to turn the Daily Wire into a Hollywood movie studio and produce the Pendragon series. Note that this article is from 2023. And he said that he had dreamt of bringing this book to the screen for 25 years. It was due to stream exclusively on Daily Wire Plus in 2024. Why didn't that happen? That's a good question. And that leads to us talking about all the Daily Wire's employees' credit cards getting frozen.
Now, I wanted to pause briefly to point out that the funding for this entity, according to mainstream media, is from Dan and Ferris Wilks. These are Texas billionaires, oil billionaires, and they fund Daily Wire, PragerU, and they funded Ted Cruz's campaign. They are members of a anti-Trinitarian Messianic Hebrew roots cult called Assembly of Yahweh in Texas. They do not recognize the Trinity or Nicene Christianity. They believe Yahweh is one. And I believe our buddy
Bryson Gray. I got a picture with him. I got a picture with them. What that is. What a picture is. I got a picture with them. Assembly Yahweh. You know about Assembly Yahweh. You know about that. Y'all know about that. What that is. What that is. What that is. What that is. What that is.
That Bryson Gray. I'm surprised I didn't give that idiot a podcast, a show on Daily Wire. Anyway, but this is how stupid American evangelicals are. They will, I mean, I'm not celebrating death because I don't love death or celebrate death, but when we pass into the next 10 years of the generational purgation, we shall be free from the shackles of boomerdom. Now, it's true, we're going to be under Gen X dominion. And I have some hopes that the rulership of Gen X dominion will be a little more flexible. Of course, Gen X have the reputation of being apathetic, being kind of idiotic as well, but apathetic and idiotic in a different way than these god-awful boomers. I mean, there's no way this entity could function and continue and have gotten to where it is if not for the giant pay-piggy base of the idiots of American evangelical boomerdom.
With facts and logic. Facts and logic. Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's Facts and Logic. We're going to suck all the last dimes out of every single evangelical idiot boomer.
Right? With facts and logic. Facts and logic is a giant vacuum that sucks money out of the idiot evangelical boomers. That's actually what he calls it. Facts and logic. You think it's about some rationalistic thing? No, it's actually a machine that the Daily Wire created to extract through large-scale Hoover vacuum suctioning all the wealth of the idiot evangelical boomers. That's actually what facts and logic is. So, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, facts and logic. Facts and logic.
I forgot what else was going. Oh, we're gonna open it up. There's all the so-called Mormons that might have even popped in here. It looks like they've already left. So, my job's done. The whole Mormonism refuted. Good job. Guess we're done here. That's the Zigger laugh for those that don't know. There's a lot of people like. Could you imagine what was going through James White's head when he saw all this? I mean, aside from whatever guys he has a crush on, when he was actually thinking about what was in front of him, like, could you imagine what he was thinking when he saw like what we do over here? It would just be like foreign language or something. It would be like I don't even know. It'd be like trying to explain quantum physics to your grandmother, even though quantum physics is like fake and gay. Human emulator. By the way, I've got the Mormon temple endowment ritual pulled up too, if y'all don't know about that one. This got leaked on the internet a while back, and it's a movie that the Mormons wait to show you this movie until you've gotten, I guess, deep in, and you've got, commitment, sunken cost value or whatever, right? So you don't get the inner secrets like, L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology or whatever until you've been there for a while. Do you want to talk, man? You got to unmute, dude. Human emulator. Unmute. Unmute, dude. Thank you, babe. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie, I need a
Hey, so sorry. My phone far away from me. My apologies.
It's okay, man. What's up?
Yeah, I got a question about, this would be relating to intelligence agencies and geopolitics. I've been reading, actually, about a month and a half ago, looked into Mormonism, saw its connections with Freemasonry, decided, screw it, I'm going to look into Freemasonry, read Morals and Dogma, and then I've kind of gone down a rabbit hole. But I got to Aleister Crowley, and I saw he had a statement where he was working for the Germans as like a...
he was a
he was working
provocateur.
for British intelligence.
Yeah, he was a provocateur.
Yeah, exactly. And he talks about how he wants to basically create division and make things sound so absurd that you don't know what to believe. And it had me thinking about all the published books of the Fabian Socialists, the Club of Rome, these people. Do you have any way besides historical dating to say, oh, well, this certainly is more truth than falsity and propaganda, or any system like that?
What do you mean by historical dating and truth?
Well,
what
I
do you
think Morals and Dogma was published in 1870, so I don't see that as being as possible to be well, we're going to put out a book of misinformation to mislead people on what this is. I don't know, maybe that's a naive take. That
no, I mean
it
was used and given out to high-level Scottish Rite ever since it was published.
Exactly.
It's
So
not.
that's why I
It's
think
not.
it has validity.
Well, the text is misinformation in that it conveys false ideas about things like Christianity and the Trinity and creation.
Absolutely, but I think it represents their beliefs well.
No, absolutely, of course it does.
Yeah, so that's what the Aleister Crowley stuff. There was one. I think I saw a video of you and I believe it was your wife talking about sex magic. Mm-hmm. And it's so absurd. And then I hear that quote from Crowley talking about, well, we wanted to create derision and be a provocateur. And so I don't know at this point. It's like Princess Bride, where it's well, you know that I know that I know that you know. And I keep going down this infinite regress of doubting these things are actually what they believe and not.
Oh, you mean did Crowley actually believe all the satanic mumbo jumbo?
Yes, exactly. And then, like, beyond that, the Bertrand Russell books, Huxley, Wells, the Fabian Socialists, like that kind of stuff. I just don't know how much of that is purposefully put in there to misinform people and send you down a schizo rabbit hole versus how much of that is actually what they want and what they believe in.
I mean, it's hard to say because Crowley was a liar. He was
Yeah.
adept at and talked about lying and using deception. There's one place in one of his works, I forget which one off the top of my head, but he says something like, when you look at all of these different Kabbalistic pathways and the ritual magic, it's unclear as to whether any of this is really doing anything. He actually says that at the beginning of the book. So it's almost like he's saying, I don't know if this is a bunch of bullshit or what, but it's not mutually exclusive either, right? He could also at times have really believed that his magic was doing something. He could have at times doubted it. He could have, also at times been using the idea of being the world's most wicked man as, part of his provocateur, usage for British intelligence. So it could be all the above.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been thinking that more than likely it has to be some outlandish details get thrown in to be like, make the general public just entirely dismiss everything while still kind of like as a power fetish to like expose themselves and what they really want in there with it too. Like the Fabian Socialist shit is so insane that, some of it I can't even imagine is real. And at the same time, you can see a lot of the things that they talk about coming to fruition throughout history. So it's like some of it has to be true, but I just don't know how to discern which is true and which is false when it comes to more modern texts.
Well, the 9th or 10th degree of the OTO ritual is anal stuff. So I think they really do that and want to do that. I mean, so that's not disinformation. I mean, a lot of cults, a lot of satanic groups are also tied into criminal organizations and intelligence agencies. So I think all that stuff is pretty well documented. Like there's not, now the specific details might be, fuzzy as to this specific person and was he actually working for this or that, agency or whatever. But these overlaps are well documented. It's not really debatable.
Absolutely. So context, I guess.
And I mean, you just think about Pike himself. Like he was a Confederate general.
Yeah.
So there's military overlapping with secret societies right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Jay. Thank you.
Sure. Anytime. Yeah. Be sure and listen to last night's discussion because I spent about 3 hours on Israeli intelligence, its history, its modus operandi, the square off that they've had with Hezbollah, with Syrian rulers, taking out Assad, putting in al-Nusra type guys who are really just Al-Qaeda people. We were talking about that back in 2014 when Timber Sycamore, which is the declassified name for that program, when that was crazy and it didn't exist, even though now it's in the New York Times that, we spent $1 billion training radical Muslims to overthrow Assad. Oh, but it didn't exist, you see, in 2014, and you're crazy if you talked about it, even though we were basically talking about it every week on Sunday Wire and Boiler Room, on and on and on. Oh, yeah, but now it's declassified, but you're still a crazy conspiracy theorist, even though you were right about it from the beginning. Now, we can talk about whatever you guys want, geopolitics, papacy, church history, Mormonism, Protestantism. I've invited there have been many Mormon invites today. All the Mormons, because Mormons are popping up everywhere. I don't know where this is. It's like a year ago, 2 years ago, is Black Hebrew Israelites popping up everywhere. Now suddenly Mormons are popping up everywhere. And, all of these are really just insane cults. I don't know how else to say it. I'm not trying to be mean and offend people, but that's just these are like next level crazy stuff. I've literally got multiple comments, multiple Mormon apologists telling me there's nothing wrong with retroactively writing yourself into a text to predict yourself. That's crazy, dude. How could anyone be that crazy? I don't know. Like it's a special gift to be that crazy, doubling down on the crazy. That's like meta. You talented, dog. You a damn superstar crazy if you're doing that shit. That's just you get an award. You get awards. So you hit request to speak. You come up. I will bring you to the microphone, and you hit unmute, and you can. It doesn't have to be Mormons because we probably won't have any Mormons show up. But let's see, Heurisco.
Yo, hello?
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
What's up, man?
I got a question on the geopolitics. What is it about the Anglos or the British? It seems like from all the videos I've watched of yours, what is it about their country or culture that it seems like their intelligence...
Are you there? You cut out, dog. Can't hear you. Maybe come out and come back in. We'll see if we can get you a better connection. Juba. Jubal cane. Got that Jubal cane up in here. Like that Masonic stuff. Got that Masonic stuff. Jubal cane. Jamie don't like that Zigger laugh. She's in there. What's up, dude?
Hey. So, about the Joseph Smith adding himself into the Bible, it's because the canon is open. So it's possible for him to do that. It's always open.
So you think the open canon means that you can retroactively add yourself to make yourself into a predicted prophet thousands of years later?
Well, if divine revelation is involved, then it's possible.
You don't see the problem with that on its face?
Well, the apostles were prophets. So
this is what I don't understand about Mormons is like you don't see that that's totally a different situation.
No.
Okay. The Old Testament, when it has a messianic prophecy, for example, it's not New Testament people adding that into the Old Testament or reading it in. It's the Old Testament prophets in their minds, meaning I'm writing about the future Messiah who will come out of Bethlehem, son of David, Jesus Christ. That's a prophecy. If I add to the book of Genesis at the end, let's say I add on to after Joseph Smith's add-ons, and he shall come after Joseph Smith, Mr. J. Dyer. You don't see how stupid and fraudulent that is.
I see what you're getting at, but here. So there's a distinction. So apostles, their roles were part of the unfolding of the revelation of God. Whereas Joseph Smith, he's the restoration of the prophecies.
I know you believe that, but what I'm pointing to shows that it's a fraudulent situation because one of the prophecies that is cited in Nephi is his own addition about himself. Do you believe that any text of Genesis prior to Joseph Smith had the extra sections about him?
Well, not that we know of. So that's why he came to restore.
How would it be a restoration if he added himself into the text? If I add myself to the Quran, am I now superior to and predicted by the Quran? I'm the new Muhammad?
No.
Oh. So
but you don't have... I need to have evidence that you're a prophet.
Well, the evidence immediately in that situation would be that I'm not a prophet because any new revelation has to be consistent with the prior revelation. That's Deuteronomy 13 and Deuteronomy 18. And so adding yourself into an ancient text is a default fraudulent move.
Well, Joseph Smith, he aligns with the prophecies before him.
No, he doesn't.
And he's...
No.
Yes, well, under your interpretation, maybe not.
Where in the Old Testament is there anything like Joseph Smith's a prediction of what Joseph Smith teaches?
Other than, well, you don't appeal to, the things, the later verses that, or later chapters that were discovered. So, I guess.
Well, I don't believe they are discovered. I'm talking about the Torah. Do you admit that the Torah came first?
In some ways.
What does that mean, in some ways?
Well, I think maybe, I guess it did come first as part of the Hebrew scriptures.
Right.
Obviously, those predate Joseph Smith.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
But
Now,
the divine revelation is eternal. So.
well, hold on. Before we get to that, so when it says, for example, in Deuteronomy 13 and Deuteronomy 18, any prophets or preachers that come along have to be consistent with the teaching of the Torah, what does that mean?
Well, that means what it says probably, right? So, but...
Come on, dude. You're avoiding the question. What does that mean to what we're talking about now in regard to that? In regard to Joseph Smith's prophethood?
Well, it's consistent from what I could tell.
Okay. Does Joseph Smith teach that there is one God or many gods?
Well, I mean, I guess many, but
okay. Does that where in the Torah or in the Shema is there many gods?
I mean, there are tons of arguments for the fact that there are multiple gods in the Old Testament.
Okay, and like what?
Like the woman, whatever.
The woman. No. What are you talking about? The woman.
I can find that then. But no, there's definitely references to other gods.
Okay. Well, if you've read the Ten Commandments, there's no other gods. What does that mean?
That there's no other God. Yeah. So.
But you just said you just said the Old Testament. You just said the Old Testament teaches that there's many gods. I just quoted to you the Ten Commandments, and you said it means that there's no other gods.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna move on. Isaiah, what's up, man? What's up, dude? You there? If you want to support the stream, you can do so via the Super Chat function. Super Chats are through Streamlabs, or you can do them natively through YouTube as well. Isaiah, you got to unmute, man. Isaiah, are you there? Did you turn your mic on? All right. We'll try Nicholas. Isaiah, you want to come back in? Just turn your mic on. Nicholas, got to unmute.
Hello?
Hey. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was going to say, as to, like, I'm from Utah, so I deal with Mormons a lot.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of things that I like to take them to is when they say, when does the apostasy occur? A lot of them will say, during the time of the apostles when they left. But if you go on their website, there's a document called the 40 Nights of Apostasy. And basically it's just stating and blaming Constantine for the apostasy. But then it's like, wait a minute. Is it the apostles or is it Constantine? Because it can't be both. Because what you're saying is the apostles started all these churches and Jesus did all this for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, hold on. Where is this? I'm looking up.
The LDS website?
The churchofjesuschrist.org?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what?
It's called the 40 Nights of Apostasy.
The 49th?
No, 40 Nights.
40. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. My bad. Okay.
It's a few pages to read, so when you get time to read it, it's a good argument against it.
Is it the Long Night of Apostasy, chapter 40?
Yeah, that's what it is. My bad.
That's okay.
Yeah, and that basically is just blaming Constantine, and they kind of mention the East Catholics, but you can tell they don't know anything about what the Orthodox teach and stuff. They just say, "Oh, there was a schism." Oh well. Well,
Yeah.
what's that got to do with anything?
Yeah,
1,000 years later.
Right, exactly. No, that's a great point. Yeah. Anybody who has any Mormon sci-fi lore, because it is a sci-fi religion, by the way, if you don't know that, but feel free to chime in here and bring out some of these contradictions. So I'm trying to find where he's. Yeah. Okay. So the original church. is listed here. They're talking about the Romans. Constantine came. The fourth radical change in the church. Yeah, so this is like Seventh-day Adventist Baptist level stuff that Constantine completely changed the church. Appreciate
yeah,
that.
and then when you bring it up, they'll be like, "That's not part of our doctrine." It's like it's on your website.
Right? Yeah, right.
Part of your doctrine.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Isaiah. What's up, man? I'm mute.
Hey, can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Sorry about that before. I couldn't hear you. Yeah, so are you willing to talk about the Transcendental Argument, or is that not a good topic for this?
We can. I wasn't really planning on that, but what's up?
Well, for one, I've been listening to you for years, and it's always a privilege to talk to you. I've talked to you before, but I was just wanting to know, could we just run it real quick? Could we have like a debate? I mean, I believe in God, but I'm gonna act as an atheist to maybe answer many of my questions.
Okay.
All right, cool. So I'll just start with trying to give an account for logic. So just ask away.
Okay, what's your account for logic? I mean, are you like a materialist atheist?
Yeah, it's going to be materialist. Yeah, a materialist atheist. It would be like my brain is a computer route.
A computer route?
No. I mean, I'm going down that route.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like your brain is a router? Like what? Okay.
Yeah, no. That'd be bad if I started.
Okay, yeah, so, well, I mean, just saying that your brain is that or does something doesn't get you to any kind of epistemic justification for asserting the universality of something like logic.
Okay. When we talk about universality, why can't it be the case that, like, right now I'm looking at, I don't know, my sink, right, and my brain computer tells me that is indeed what I'm looking at, and it's probably the case.
That has nothing to do with universals and the universal character of things that are law-like. So something that's a universal, like the law of identity, which would be necessary for you to predicate any meaningful statements about the sink or whatever at all, the knowledge claims, the assertions that you're making rely on those kinds of categories that are not reducible to physical matter, sense data, nor are they limited to your own direct experience. Because if they are, they're no longer universal and they no longer have a law-like character to them. And so if there are no universals or law-like things like that, then knowledge is impossible.
So when you talk about the laws, maybe could you expand on that a bit? Because like when I think of the laws, I think of it's just a description of the apparent reality that I'm seeing, right? It's not like the laws aren't to be confused with the way reality works. The law is what is describing.
Yeah, but you're missing the point that you can't even make sentences or statements without some kind of universal quantifiers. When you, for example, contrast your personal experience to, quote, reality, you're again invoking something that you think of or are using as a universal statement or universal truth claim. So anytime you say that human knowledge, if you say something like human knowledge is limited or human knowledge comes from sense data, those are still universalized claims, whether you use the word all or not, because it's kind of implicit that it's a universal claim. If it's not a universal claim, or if it doesn't have that level of truth value or that level of strength, then you're really not saying anything other than that my own subjective experience tells me that there's this object in front of me. Well, that doesn't.
Okay.
Where does that get you?
I think I'm understanding. So what you're saying is that it would be the case, like if I'm looking at the sink right now, that in fact is a universal claim, because what I am also saying is that no matter where you are in the universe, it is the case that I am looking at the sink.
True, and also a particular can be a universal, like you're saying, but also to make sentences requires other universal categories like time determinations, the possibility of meaning, the mind, a knower, etc. Logic, because sentences require logic. So for you to make a meaningful proposition, which is what all arguments would assume, you need things like grammar and logic, and none of those things are found under a microscope.
Yeah, no, that is true. Okay, yeah, it seems like I need to learn a lot more about universals.
Well, it's not just, that's just one easy example. But I mean, just think something like the law of identity, like for you to be able to pick out the sink in your field of vision from other objects. That's you picking out something and saying that it has that identity as that thing. So presumably then, what is the law of identity not a law because it's just relative to you, or is the law of identity true for all possible cognition? Do you see the strength of that argument?
I do. Yeah. I mean, it's
because if you
deep.
deny it, then you're in an even worse situation, and you're just basically saying that identity and meaning are just whatever I say.
Yeah, but then that would undercut justification.
That would undercut the possibility of knowledge, because everything would be purely subjective.
Yeah, okay.
If everything is purely subjective and relative, you're at a self-refuting state.
No, I mean, no, that does make sense. So what do you really mean by reasoning? Like, what would be your definition of reasoning?
Just the human ability, well, it's a faculty that we have as human beings to come to conclusions and to think critically about the world that we have because we're made in the image of God.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that was good.
And I would add that as an atheist or a materialist, that they would have no account of what reasoning is. They just appeal to it, no coherent account of what that is, how it is. I mean, do you find reasoning under a microscope? If Matt Dillahunty cuts my head off, he scalps me and looks at my brain, does he see reasoning? Where's the reasoning molecules in my head, by the way?
I actually asked an atheist that, and the answer they gave me was the electrical signals interpreted by my brain thing. But
okay, so reasoning is just electrical signals. Well, those are coming and going and temporary. They're never fixed. So
Correct.
that would make them not law-like, but rather pure chaos and flux. That's self-defeating.
Well, I got 2 more questions for you. One, so the argument that I understand it is that essentially you make a positive argument for the Christian worldview, and then you have, I guess the way that I'm trying to interpret it is that you examine all the other transcendental categories and the different combinations of them. And
well, you don't have to do all of that. That's a lot of work. You just basically are pointing out that all of the basic transcendental categories don't exist in a vacuum. They kind of go together with the others. Like knowledge, or the possibility of having knowledge, is directly related to a knower of the knowledge. And that's directly related to the faculty of reasoning and thinking. That's directly related to the idea of, the good and the true versus the false. So now you're in the ethics and metaphysics domain. So they're all kind of like function together. They're not like existing on their own. But right. I think for the sake of argument, it's helpful to pick out certain features of the world, like math or law of identity or law of non-contradiction. Those are helpful just as test cases to run the argument. But the argument is like you said, just simply saying that the transcendental categories themselves, since they don't operate in a vacuum or discretely on their own, they require more a bigger thing to ground them as they ground knowledge.
Okay, and how many transcendental categories do you think there would be? Just a guess.
Well, I mean, in classical philosophy, it's like Kant is just taking Aristotle's categories. And so I think Aristotle has 10 categories. That doesn't mean that there's only 10, because you could think of other things that might be possible preconditions for knowledge. Like, for example, I don't think Aristotle lists what Kant calls a transcendental unity of apperception, and that's a fancy word for just a unified experience that the knower has, right? So in other words, for me to have meaningful experience, it kind of assumes that there's some unifying character that's meaningful to my experiences. And this is a good one to talk about, because atheists or anybody like that, like, they usually overlook this because they just assume that this external data that's coming in to their, empirical sense data faculties, they just assume that it's meaningful. Well, how do I know that this one instance of a sense data and experience is meaningful and in some way connected or related to the next 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds of sense data? It's just assumed, right? Oh, but you see, did you directly perceive? Is it under a microscope that you perceive that unity of perception? No. It's assumed. So I think that Aristotle doesn't. I mean, philosophy advances to get very deep and technical. So, you know, it might be helpful for people that are new to the argument to not go so far into things like the Kant stuff, because Kant's very confusing, and also his system is kind of a failure. But he does have some of these good insights like this. Like, I don't think that would have been immediately in Aristotle's mind, right? Because, like, you get in the 1700s philosophers who begin to do linguistic philosophy. And even though there's a little bit of that in the ancient world or in the Middle Ages, it doesn't get as technical and as in-depth as it does after the Enlightenment. So philosophers go a lot deeper than the ancient and medieval philosophers did in terms of extreme specificity in analysis. So in other words, transcendental categories might be listed differently by different philosophers, but they're really just grasping at the same idea, which is there's got to be certain things that have to be the case for you to have knowledge at all.
Well, dude, that's awesome. That was all good. Thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Okay, those are great questions. Those are great questions.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, I think we have another Mormon. Redeemed Warrior. What's up, man? And those were good questions. I wasn't trying to be exasperated. It's just... Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, man? How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. What's on your mind?
Well, just a couple of things. So I've been looking into the Orthodox Church, and I've pretty much made up my mind that I want to be a part of the Orthodox Church. But my wife,
that's good.
On the other hand, what's that?
I said that's good, man. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. But my wife, on the other hand, and this is my first time on the interwebs, so I might be a little nervous.
That's okay.
So she is not as on board with this. She's like, you know, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. You go and you do that. But she has kind of the attitude of, I don't want to be labeled as anything. I just want to be a follower of Jesus, right? And then she's kind of...
So wait, is she evangelical or Mormon?
Yeah, I would say that she's evangelical for sure. With, like, I've tried to explain to her, like, what dispensationalism is and how it's infected the Western Christian mindset, basically. And how the things that she says comes from that, even though she says she doesn't believe it. So I just, you know, any advice on how to help bring my wife along with me would be helpful, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one because a lot of times, you know, ladies do not convert for the same reasons that dudes do. So I would suggest actually, instead of probably doing a lot of, like, you know, theological argumentation and discussion, unless she asks you questions, I would say, you know, try to get her to go to the liturgy with you. And then, like, when she sees the beauty of, you know, the liturgy and interacts with the people, that might be a much better route for converting the ladies than, like, you know, trying to refute their worldviews or whatever. But that would, let's see, amateur, what's up, man? That would be my guess. And also just pray for her. She'll probably come around. Ladies, I think, usually follow their husbands, you know, if the husbands are decent leaders. Amateur, what's up? You want to unmute? You there?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Been a big fan of your stuff for a while now. Started watching you after you appeared on Perfect Guy Life. Yeah, big
cool
fan.
Beans. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you and Sam are working together and everything.
Have you liked the first 3 episodes?
Yeah, I really liked them. They're good.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. So I didn't really come to debate, just more to ask a question.
Sure.
So I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and I've since left the religion, obviously, and everything. But I know you're big into the intel community and stuff like that, and this kind of stuff is really hard to, like, Google, but I've been trying to, like, research more about it and everything. I know there was, like, a huge explosion in a lot of, like, cults like Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses and Seventh-day Adventism, and that sort of Millerite stuff more generally. Is there anything like, is that connected to the intel agencies or anything like that?
Yes, it is. Now, the problem is that it's difficult to find specific books that treat of that subject in regard to specific sects or denominations. You can find books that treat it in a more general sense. F. William Engdahl has written books about America using, everything from like Campus Crusade to the CIA working with Fethullah Gulen and the Gulen Network, which is more of an Islamic thing. But there's a book, Thy Will Be Done, which is about the Rockefellers using Baptist missionaries and evangelical missionaries in Latin South America. Mark Hackard, my buddy, for example, translated a Russian intelligence analysis on Espionage History Archive that deals with the CIA in the Ukraine funding cults and evangelical groups. So particularly the first domain where this is evident is in Russia's ban on Scientology and Jehovah's Witnesses. If you go and you read about this, of course, America and American outlets, Radio Liberty, all this kind of classic Cold War CIA stuff, they will claim human rights violations by Russia banning Jehovah's Witnesses. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's because Jehovah's Witnesses and Scientology have been used as covers and cutouts for espionage, intelligence operations, etc. And I'm not saying that means that all the Jehovah's Witness missionaries are involved in that, but even more so and more well-known is the Mormon connection to the CIA and how many Mormon missionaries have been used and recruited for intelligence work as well. And that's partly because they are, stationed in other countries for their missionary service. Many of them, I would imagine, learn the foreign languages. So that's, of course, useful for espionage. But you even have more famous Mormons. What was it, Evan McMullen saying that, CIA guy, we got to get rid of Trump. Remember that when he was calling for... That's because he's, So the CIA Mormon connection is pretty well known. But there's not really many books that have been written on this subject. I'm actually thinking about writing a book. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about my next book title to be. It's not going to be about Mormons, but I'm thinking of titling it The Craft: How Espionage Rules Politics, Religion, and Entertainment. Because there's so many details about this that no one knows about. Even Greek Orthodox who were recruited for British intelligence. There's tons of stories about this stuff, which I think would make for a great book.
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to read it.
But I wish I could give you a better assessment of. I just got a book called Spiritual Industrial Complex, which is about the CIA's use of religion in general during the Cold War. I don't know if it's going to be any good. It's just an academic text. So, I wish there was better sources on that, but it's just kind of a known thing that there's not a whole lot of info on.
Oh yeah, like their connection to the Freemasons and everything was one of the first things that kind of woke me up to it and everything. It's like cross and crown and all these different things. Are once you kind of learn the symbolism, it's really obvious. But I wasn't able to find any sort of direct connection or anything. But I always suspected it when I left that Russian thing when they banned the Jehovah's Witnesses. That was a huge thing when I left, and I always suspected there was something else going on with it. But like I said, I haven't really been able to find a good source or anything about that type of thing. I just had one more question, if you're cool with it.
Okay.
So I've been listening to a lot of Catholics and Orthodox guys lately, and something that seems to always come up as a Catholic, what would you call it? A response to Orthodoxy or a refutation or something like that is the Council of Florence, I think, and I was just wondering your take on that.
David Erhan and I did a response video to this about 5 years ago. Because it's an issue that you kind of have to give it some time and give it some proper treatment.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to pull it up for you. We covered that one. Okay. Here it is. It's called Talking About the Council of Florence and Oriental Orthodoxy and it's David Erhan's channel. It's me and David from almost 6 years ago. That's crazy.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll give it a listen.
Yeah, please do. And then there's also a book on this that's not very long. It's very readable, by Ostromov, Ostromov. It's about a 150-page book, and it deals with that very subject in a very easy, readable way. Austin, what's up, dude? Oh, I meant to say, too, the Ingdahl book that covers that, even though it only it doesn't cover it in total, but Lost Hegemon covers in many chapters America utilizing missionaries and religious institutions, especially evangelical ones, by extension Jehovah's Witnesses too, for these kinds of operations of soft power, and even more than soft power, just actual espionage. It's F. William Ingdahl, Lost Hegemon. It's a really good book. What's up, Austin?
Hey, sorry if I interrupted you. I didn't see that you were... so I just wanted to hop in real quick, because I heard the Mormon call in, and it's kind of like on the discussion for tonight. I'm from Utah, so I wanted to highlight some of the lunacies and quackery of this strange cult. Okay. I'm not sure how much you know about Mormonism.
So let me say real quick, I was supposed to debate one of the top Mormons about 10 years ago, and that led at the time to me putting about a month of hardcore research into Mormonism because I was working at the library as a research assistant at the university, so I had access to a pretty good sized library at that time. They had a whole shelf of like old Mormon stuff. So I went pretty deep. I know a lot of the basics. I don't know like ins and outs of the Book of Mormon and all this kind of Doctrine and Covenant, Pearl of Good. I mean, I know the documents, but I'm not like fluent in their texts. But I know the basics of their theology, if that helps.
Okay, so in the Book of Mormon, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's this illustration, and it's called, according to Joseph Smith, the sacrifice of Abraham. And Joseph Smith he's like a charlatan.
Oh, I know that, yeah.
So maybe I'll explain it for the audience real quick.
You go ahead. I'm pulling that up. I'm pulling that up when you. Okay. And you said it's the sacrifice of Abraham.
Yeah, I believe so. So Joseph Smith, he's like peddling these Egyptian tablets back in his day, and the Rosetta Stone.
Is this the thing? Is this the thing that's ripped off of the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
I don't know where it's ripped off from. It's like a funerary like practice.
Yes. It's
something like that. And he goes around because he claims that he can read Egyptian, and he's saying like that these certain tablets mean certain things. And now we know that that's not at all what is actually depicted in the tablet. And I don't know if you know Brigham Young.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
He gave a talk, I'll have to find the year, but he believed that men lived on the moon. And like, mind you, like this belief system, like these people, these heads of the church are living prophets.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
That they speak for the living, like prophetic tradition of the Mormon church.
Right.
And he also said that black people are cursed by the mark of Cain.
Yeah, I knew that.
And that brown people are cursed. Joseph Smith died in a shoot-'em-up jail, like a jail shoot-'em-up. He died because his Mormons went and burned down a newspaper. Printing press.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of like crazy stuff. And like, mind you, I mean, these people like rule the state that I'm in, and I just don't understand how anybody can believe this.
Well, were you aware of the additions to Genesis? I think that's the kill shot.
Yeah, and it's like talking to a wall when you bring it up to these Mormon people, because you can bring it all up and you can mention that, and you ask them, does Joseph Smith have the authority to do stuff like this? And they'll just say, like, they'll just make excuses. Oh, well, he was just reinterpreting text and nonsense like this. They honestly can't be spoken to. It's just strange. And the baptism of the dead, they got in trouble for baptizing Anne Frank with the Jews. They got in big trouble for that.
That I didn't know. No, I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up a few things for the audience.
No, those are great. In fact, somebody, thank you, Austin. Somebody in the comments had mentioned the Abraham, it's like a drawing that he made, but it's supposed to be a hieroglyph, and we're supposed to think, right, that Joseph Smith can interpret and read hieroglyphs, right? So if you saw the picture that I had up, that's obviously not an Egyptian hieroglyph, and as he's saying with the Rosetta Stone, like, he wasn't interpreting any of that stuff correctly. So this is Brigham Young saying that there's inhabitants of the sun. It's even worse. So there's people that not living on the moon. It's people that living on the sun. And yes, he does say that. And the Mormons are like, well, it's just his opinion. So here's Mormon Ministries, Mormon Research Ministries. It's the sun and the moon. According to Mormon-friendly church websites, Joseph Smith taught that the moon was inhabited by people who dressed like the Quakers. Philo Dibble, a close associate of Joseph Smith, as his source, speaks of this. And then Brigham Young says that there's people on the sun. Brigham Young expanded on the teaching that the sun is inhabited. Who can tell us of the inhabitants of this little planet that shines in the evening called the moon? When you inquire about the inhabitants of that sphere, you find that the most learned are ignorant in regard to them and the most ignorant of their fathers. So it is in regard to the inhabitants of the sun. Do you think it is inhabited? I rather think it is. Do you think there is any life there? There is no question of it. It was not made in vain. It was made to give life to those that dwell upon it and to the other planets. So will this earth when it is celestialized. Now, the Mormon apologetic website was saying, no, he just said it's his opinion. Oh, it's his opinion? If it's his opinion, why does he say there is no question of it? So here's your Mormon prophets. People live on the sun. Okay, this is like one of my favorites too. Probably a lot of you guys don't know this. Let me see if I can find this one. I remember this from back in the days when I first started looking into Mormonism. Is it Nehi? This one is funny. It's pretty, it may be well known, I don't know, but it's the guy who gets his head cut off and he raises up and gasps for air and dies. Let's see if I can find that one. And then I remember one time I was looking up Mormon responses. There was a Mormon website where they interviewed a doctor trying to say that this is possible. I mean, what? I'm not joking. Let's see. Raised up, gasp for breath. I forget the exact wording, but because you know Joseph Smith wrote his book in like old King's English, right? This is it. Shiz. The decapitation of Shiz. So they brought in the Mormon scholars to help out with this one. Maybe this is an anti-Mormon site. Let me see. The headless people that don't do push-ups. The story of Coriantumr and Shiz. Can a decapitated body lift itself up and gasp for breath? The Book of Mormon says so. The story is found in the Book of Ether. The Book of Ether. What the fuck is a Book of Ether, dude? That's like literal esoteric occult stuff. Like, I'm not saying that you can't talk about ether. I know ancient philosophers did, but like there's the Book of Ether. The Book of the Philosopher's Stone. This is Harry Potter stuff, dude. Like Joseph Smith's religion is like Harry Potter sci-fi, dude. And when Dumbledore reached the goblets of fire, Harry thrust his magic wand inside of the gay Dumbledore. By the way, that was retroactively gay. Wasn't Dumbledore the first retroactive gay character? Let's see. The story is found in the Book of Ether. and recounts a sword fight between a Jaredite king named Coriantumr and Shiz, the brother of Lib. I mean, it's like Joseph Smith wasn't even good at making up like fake ancient Jewish names. Like they just sound totally Coriantumr. It's like, and Curry fought with his brother Basil, who snatched the adamantine philosopher's stone from Dumbledore. The two armies meet. There's a battle. On the third day, Shiz wounded Coriantumr with many deep wounds, and he was carried away as though he were dead. After recovering from his wounds, Coriantumr began to feel bad that there had been slain 2 million mighty men and their wives and children. He attempted to make peace with Shiz. Shiz agreed only if he would be allowed to kill Coriantumr with a sword. Well, this infuriated Coriantumr's people, and so the fighting began again. Let's scroll down. After the fight, Shiz fainted with, it says, Ether 15:29. The course of the battle, Shiz fainted with the loss of blood. Taking advantage of the situation, Coriantumr took his sword and smote off the head of Shiz. But that's not all. Verse 31 says that after he had smitten off the head, Shiz raised up his hands and fell after he struggled for breath and died. How can a man raise himself up and struggle for breath if he's been beheaded? Mormon apologists have offered many answers to this. LDS apologist B.H. Roberts says, it is not impossible. He said he heard a story of a soldier returning from battle at Balaclava, and it sounded similar. Oh yeah, so if a Mormon says he heard a story that was similar, I guess it's possible. The Mormon Encyclopedia says an exhausted Coriantumr culminated his victory by decapitating him. Near Eastern examples of decapitation are evident, and decapitation of captured kings is represented in ancient Mesoamerica. So wait a minute. It admits that decapitation means he lost his head in the Mormon Encyclopedia. So you can't say that he got half his head, he got half his neck chopped. It was just a little bit of a, shaving cut. No, it says he was decapitated. And then here's a Mormon guy that says he didn't literally cut his head off. It was just popular colloquial language. Yeah, just the colloquial popular language of cutting your head off. Like that's beheading. Just like I'm about to behead you, dude. I mean, were they using modern slang? Like, where's the evidence that in the 1800s or in the ancient world beheading was slang or a colloquialism? And then here's another Mormon. The head was not completely cut off because he was just obviously too exhausted to do the full clean job. He must have cut at the base of the skull and allowed him to still breathe, leaving reflexes and then death. Yeah, but the phrase smote off, right, and decapitated, right, in the same way as the Bible itself says that Jael cut off the head of Sisera. She smote his head. So if Joseph Smith is using smote in the same sense as Judges 5, when Jael smote off the head of Sisera, then there you go. Anyway, so they just keep going. I'm sure they have a million different ways to say, well, we have a doctor who's talks about decapitated heads that continue to breathe, so it's possible. Yeah, okay, sure. How about it's just a bunch of bullshiz? To use the term shiz again. I think people should name their kids Shiz and Coriantumr. I think those are beautiful names. Drew, what's up, dude? You got unmute, dude. Unmute, dude. is this your first?
Oh shit! I didn't know I was up here. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's probably the most schizo Star Trek story I've actually heard. Pretty much all year. But I am curious in terms of like, because you were talking about intel. I think I've heard you mention before that. I think you said it was the EP and the GOC were CIA backed. Can you expound on that a bit more?
Yeah, well, like the guy that Tucker just had on talks about money given to the EP. We covered that. I posted the clip actually. So the Ukraine coup couldn't have happened without aid from the CIA to help set up that schismatic fake Orthodox church in Ukraine. And let me scroll down to here's the Tucker clip talking to one of the lawyers about this.
Worked on this op to create a fake church?
Yes. It dates back to 2014. We believe it began with Victoria Nuland, this was a big operation because she worked with the ambassador of the United States to Ukraine, amazingly becomes the ambassador of the United States to Greece. And it is, in fact, the patriarch of the Constantinople church that becomes the one who engineers basically the destruction of our church by taking canonical control away from Moscow and taking it to himself, violating a treaty from the 17th century. So we have the United States, and by the way, this was engineered by Secretary of State Pompeo. So this isn't just a Democrat thing. Secretary of State Pompeo was
the
directly
difference between
involved.
Victoria Nuland and Mike Pompeo is negligible. There's no difference at all that I'm aware of. He may be slightly smarter. He's smarter than she is, and therefore more sinister. But they have the same views on everything.
Well, in any event, Pompeo was involved in basically having this what's called in religious terms a tomos granted so that Ukraine could establish an autocephalous church. This is in 2019. So the church that is allegedly now a clean church away from Russia is 5 years old.
Do you know who at the State Department worked on this op to create a fake church?
Yes. It dates back to 2014.
So there's an example of that. You could look into the interviews that I've done with Jim Jatras. We've gone into detail about this issue. Now on the old calendarist specifically, the old calendarist seminary in California or Pennsylvania, I forget where it is, maybe in New York. They actually invite CIA people to come and talk. And it's almost always just like Putin's Antichrist, Putin's the worst person ever. It's just the same old stupid stuff. But I forget. So I'm not saying that means that they're all operatives, but Ortho Christian has also written about this. You can read the Matthew Nami article about even back to Athenagoras. These ties were made during the Cold War. But you have to understand that it's not just the EP. There's also usage of the schismatic groups as well. Even like ROCOR schismatic groups have been used in this way. So if you're, the CIA, you want to have leverage and influence in any angle possible. I have screenshots from years ago when they invited the CIA speaker to come, and he gave a lecture on Putin. But so you can see this is all like prepping and supporting the operations that are going to be run and were being run in the Ukraine. So it's not just, it's a two-pronged is what I'm trying to say. I cannot remember the name of that, the old calendar seminary. It might be the one in Pennsylvania.
No, that's interesting, man. I'd want to at least look more into that. At least, have you ever debated anybody that was like from one of those old calendar groups at all?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but like a lot of those people are, they're kind of weird. Some of them have like mental issues. I'm being serious. Oh, here it is. St. Photius Orthodox Theological Seminary. This is California's old calendar seminary. And if you look at their speakers, they've actually had, I think, more than one from the CIA come and give talks. Let me see if I can find it. They might not have that up anymore. Let's see.
Oh, that's interesting. I never really understood that specific problem. I've only heard certain remnants of that particular group in itself, and I would usually hear them like reference to Canon 15, I believe, of the First Second Council, where they would say that justifies them being able to separate from like heretical hierarchs, so to speak. Is there merit behind that at all, or?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? I found the page where they talk about their speakers. Oh, I think I found it. I found it. Yes, here it is. So, yeah, back in 2016, they invited a CIA Putin expert guy, former Moscow correspondent for the Financial Times and Wall Street Journal, gives his lecture on Putin and Putin's Antichrist. His books are all published by Yale, so this is like straight out of CIA stuff. So here you go. This is exactly what I mean. To me, this is just completely. It's not that you couldn't have a conversation with that kind of person, but they're not inviting anybody from the MP. And you can see, like, if you were the CIA and you didn't like the MP, you would want to make and support alliances with old calendar groups that think that ROCOR and MP, right, are KGB run. Like, these people are literally still pushing the boomer Cold War crap that, the KGB runs Russia. It's the exact same line as what you hear like Tradcats push, because that's all out of the CIA.
No, that's interesting. I do have one more question that pertains to them, at least, because I would usually hear like a justification that I think it was from Canon 15, from the First Second Synod, that they would say is what allows for one to be able to separate from a heretical hierarchy, and they would say that because of the changes to the calendar, the adherence to the WCC, etc., that they would say that like this is sufficient to say that they're adhering to heresy, and thus like being able to use Canon 15. Like, is there merit to that to some degree, or something else?
I would say I'm trying to find this old article. I don't know why it's not on Ortho. It used to be on Ortho Christian. I think this is it though. I think this is it. Let me see. This is pretty long. I would say look up the essay Critique of Old Calendarist Ecclesiology, and that will answer all those questions. But it used to be more accessible. There's all the Orthodox Info also has a critique called this Anti-Patristic, the Stance of the Old Calendarist Zealots. So I would say check out those two essays, and probably good questions though. Father Deacon could probably speak to this. I'm not sure. You want to unmute? Father Deacon, are you there? You got to unmute.
Sorry, I stepped away. I put in requests and then I walked away. Yeah, that's the in Etna, and like in California, the old calendar is schismatic, and you're right, it isn't a joke. Most of them, like 85% of them, have mental health issues, and you and I talked about too. It mirrors the Sedevacantists.
Yeah.
Groups and the way they think and the things they say. Oh, I found this ancient canon here that lets me do whatever I want because that guy's a heretic. The Pope's a heretic, so we can create our own church. And yeah, they're exactly the same.
Jacob, what's up, dude? I think this is the essay, so I'll put this in the chat for those that are curious. Jacob, what's up, man? You there?
Yes, sir. Hey, I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are or your critique of the Episcopalian Church is.
I mean, it's like one of the most Skittles churches around now, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. It kind of is, but please elaborate.
Well, I mean, not just that, but I mean, I also think Episcopalianism has been historically pretty much run by very wealthy, elite American families. It's been tied pretty closely to the American government, so I would say it's almost just an arm of the elite New England, Washington, D.C. establishment. And that's why it's kind of, a lot of the CIA has come out of that. Now, that doesn't necessarily disprove the religion. I'm just saying, like, that can tell you why it's taken that moral course that it's taken in regard to Skittles marriage and trans bishops and all this kind of stuff. But the official teaching of both the Anglican Church and the Episcopal Church is that the king or queen is the head of the church. So I'm pretty sure that Jesus never established a woman as the head of the church. But... yeah. I mean, the Queen of England was the head of the Anglican Church for the last several decades, so that's an immediate, clear as day proof that that's not a true church.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to hear your opinion on it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. C. Uh-oh, we got evil Dale Coop, Mr. C. That's a Twin Peaks joke. Are you there? Can't take it. It's a little too slow, boys. I'm mute, dude. Whoa, whoa. And again, for those that are wondering, the book is Lost Hegemon. And I interviewed Evelyn Engdahl when this book came out. So you can still find that interview where we talk about this and his other book. I think Engdahl has pretty much been one of the best people. If you're interested in an introduction to geopolitics from a kind of critical of the West perspective, you really can't beat it. I can't think of anybody else who has better text than Engdahl. And I'm not saying he gets everything right, but they're just really good introductions to. So Full Spectrum Dominance and Lost Hegemon are good critiques. And like I said, I mean, pretty much no one else has gone into critiquing, the usage of missionaries by the state in terms of espionage. He's one of the first to really talk about it. It's not the totality of the book, but it's a lot of the book. And he talks a lot about Fethullah Gulen and the Gulen Network, but he also talks about evangelicals. In fact, I didn't even know that. Did you know that, I'm going from memory here, but Campus Crusade was established with Pentagon. It's like a Pentagon operation because it's like part of soft power. Joad Lopez. I know Ingdahl says that, and I think he says the Pentagon. And if you're wondering why would they do that, well, does everybody remember Coney 2012? I do. Guess who the biggest pushers on my university campus were of Coney 2012? Campus Crusade. Joad, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? With all the crazy stuff about the CIA being more mainstream in their involvement in so many different crazy things, wouldn't that just really just cut or undermine the concept of, left versus right? There is no real left versus right, especially the fact with conservatives who you have bleeding liberals on one side, but then also you have like bleeding constitutionalists. Doesn't their bubble get popped a little bit when they realize, or once they face the fact that they don't really have control of limited government? It's whatever the CIA and these shadow agencies say. Like, doesn't that kind of pop everyone's bubble, not just the left?
Yeah, there's a great article, in fact, that covers this, written by a leftist, called CIA and the New Dialect of Power, American Affairs Journal. And I always recommend people read this because not only does it go into discussing, Gloria Steinem and her time working for the CIA, but really just the essence of this essay is pointing out that the CIA was never a conservative institution. So you get in left-wing critiques over the last 50, 60 years, they always portray the CIA as this, quote, right-wing organization, and it's far right. And there might have been some individuals who, in regard to Operation Paperclip, or who had tendencies towards being pro-Tiny Mustache Man early on, maybe the Dulleses, something like that. I think David Talbot has a book on this, right? But, I mean, that's not really the ethos that dominated and really guided the CIA during the Cold War. And so, as this essay points out, I'm summarizing it. The CIA was never anti-liberal. It was anti-Soviet. And that's an important distinction. What?
Wouldn't the ultimate conclusion then, the CIA and agencies like it are just pro-empire? And that's really what it comes down to?
Absolutely, of course.
And then, so how would you... what would you say would be the best recommendation in this political climate for Orthodox Christians, me being an inquirer myself? Like, do we even bother engaging politically anymore, or even fighting these battles? Because
we don't have to be black-pilled. I mean, I think a lot of people are tricked into thinking that politics is just whatever's happening at the national level with, Trump or whatever. I mean, politics is what's happening on your local level. So if you feel called to that, you should be involved locally.
And the last thing I'll mention to you or ask about is it worth helping other conservatives wake up to this fact that Trumpism is not real conservatism? It's merely just it's evolution of empire disguised as nationalism.
I think it's fine to have, critiques of Trump. I do. But my assessment, my thought is that, we've been under many decades of brainwashing, socialism, slow kill Fabian socialism. It's not going to be, the tide isn't going to turn with one dude and one dude's administration. If we've been under decades and decades of this, it's going to take years to get out of it. So we have to think long term and not be in this kind of black pill mindset of, Trump's not doing everything. Trump's never going to be able to do everything. The administration is not going to be able to do everything. I don't even know that there's really some kind of, quote, nationalism that we're really going to be able to recover. I don't know what political forms will be manifested and be necessary in the near future. But I can tell you that the global elite do write about, Jacques Attali has 2 or 3 chapters where he says, our biggest concern will be if America has a conservative, theocratic, theological rejection of transhumanism and globalism. He says that. So their main concern is if America went in the direction of some kind of solid Christianity. And that's why it's so important for them to make sure that that doesn't happen. Again, Jacques Attali has at least 2 or 3 chapters in Brief History of the Future on how that could disrupt their New World Order. So they wouldn't be writing about that if they, didn't think there was any, dangers from their perspective. Jacob? Father Deacon, I hope you can stay around.
Yeah.
What's up, Jacob?
Hey, yo, what's up, Jay? So I don't have a debate topic or anything specifically, but I have something that I've been kind of working on in terms of Mormonism, and it's a transcendental argument against Mormonism because so I kind of fell away from the faith when I was about 12 or 13 and got super deep into philosophy and studying other religions, and it kind of I came across you about 4 or 5 years ago and have been kind of diving into it a little bit more now. But in that meantime, I was studying Islam and Mormonism, and I haven't found a single Mormon theologian or just Mormon bro on Twitter that can I think effectively counter this, but this is kind of the premise to it. That the preconditions for rational thought, morality, and existence require an ultimate, unchanging, and singular source of all reality, so a necessary being. And Mormonism posits God as a contingent being who kind of progresses through a divinity inside of a pre-existing eternal system. Mm-hmm. And so therefore kind of the same problem that Islam falls under, where some schools of thought how they treat the Quran as kind of a separate eternal thing beside Allah.
Yes.
And, so yeah, I just want to get your thoughts on that. I didn't really have a...
No, I think that's a very potent route that you probably could tap into.
Not as if they'll hear it. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing too. But the audience looking at. Yeah.
I mean, if you just have eternal cycles of men evolving into being God the Father.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's never a fixed first cause that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I've run into the same problems of trying to bring up their own canon against them, and it's kind of the same things that Muslims do. Is they're already operating that's their criteria, and so it just ends up in a circle. And so
right. Well, we just had a Mormon dude a minute ago saying that because Joseph Smith is a prophet, he can add himself to Genesis to predict himself.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm you don't see the problem there. It's the same. It's the same with Muslims. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know. That's kind of that was just my thoughts for tonight.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Because Mormonism is a Gnostic pagan worldview, they believe in eternal matter, I think, even eternal creation. Yeah. Then, they have multiple... It's essentially polytheism, and thus any polytheistic critique could, by extension, work against Islam. I mean, against... Islam too, but against Mormonism, yeah. And so you could probably go the necessary being route too, yeah.
Cool. Alrighty, dude. Thank you.
And for Roman Catholics that heard me say that, I thought Dyer didn't believe in the Thomistic arguments. You can make a transcendental version of any of the classical arguments. You can make a transcendental version of the absolute necessity of a first necessary being, right? That's not the same thing as the Thomistic perspective. Go ahead, Father.
So, one thing that I've never been able to get from any of them is if their criteria, their epistemic criteria to do all kinds of crazy stuff is prophethood, what's their criteria for determining
prophethood? Right?
Yeah, that's what
that's a great question.
I've never heard anybody say, because, okay, well, then I'm a prophet, and
before you got on here, there was a guy saying that. And we didn't get into the criteria of prophethood, but I said, well, don't you think a prophet has to speak consistent with what came before? You weren't here for that, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, and he said, well, but if Joseph Smith is a prophet, he can give new revelations. And I'm like, well, yeah, but the new revelation can't contradict the old.
Exactly.
And he's like, well, no, actually it can update it and supersede it. And I'm like, no, come on, dude. That's crazy. Because the old revelation says a new revelation can't contradict it.
Yeah, because it's given a criterion for determining
right
revelation and prophethood and different things. And even notice in you scripture says, how do you test a prophet? Well, you test to see if what happens comes
right. Yeah, Deuteronomy 13, Deuteronomy 18, Galatians 1. Exactly, that's what we brought up with him.
Yeah.
I don't think he was familiar with those Deuteronomy passages, but yeah.
No, you're kidding me. Shocker.
Well, I think that if you do, like when you start going into Deuteronomy, if you had a more learned Mormon, from my experience, which is not extensive, I think we've had maybe 15 Mormons come on total ever, they'll just start saying stuff like, oh, well, those passages are corrupted. So then it just becomes it devolves back to the question, well, then how do you know which passages are true? Oh, the ones that Joseph Smith says are true.
The ones that prove my point. Obviously.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's the exact same thing as Muslims. Boomer Slayer, $10. He said good night last night. Flame Mess, $2. You have a big ocean between you. God bless you. I think he's quoting Zelensky. Holy, $5. Can I hide in your house when ICE comes for me? Show me your socks, please. Well, I got bad news for you. There's no basement for you to hide in, and also there's no socks. So we're straight up Tarantino tonight. I have to make a correction. I was wrong. So people think that I'm too arrogant to admit that I'm wrong. No, I got something wrong. So it turns out, and I want to thank the guy that sent me the correction because I always want to be accurate and corrected. So this famous Robert Baer interview, which went viral some 10 years ago, is a fake interview. And if you recall, we talked about this, I don't know, last night or the night before. I was wondering, like, why would he say all this? This is like, this is an odd series of revelations. Well, it turns out that interview is fake, and whatever this fact check website is, I'm not advocating for this fact check website, but somebody in the comments on Twitter did say, hey, check out this interview. It looks like it's fake. So apparently this Balkan unknown person here just completely wholesale created this Bob Baer interview. It could have been for disinformation at the time, who knows, but so Bob Baer did not admit that he was involved in essentially rigging all this stuff in Serbia and setting up corrupt people to run Serbia, and then they take control of the media and all this kind of stuff. And then in the article, which was very quote revelatory, he says, we were working as, kind of the shock. We were IMF hitmen, right? Like the John Perkins book. So the Robert Baer interview is fake. However, the basic principles laid out in the fake article are not fake because, as you guys know, there is the admissions by the guys that we've been covering, Walker and Kozak, and one of these guys told everything to The Guardian, and we did find that actual Guardian interview where he describes all of his regime change operations that he did starting in Panama, from Ukraine to Lebanon to Kyrgyzstan. William Walker and Michael Kozak both were involved in the coup of Noriega in 1989 in Panama, and they involved fake atrocities. And during the Guardian interview in 2001, Kozak, I'm almost done with this. This won't be that long. But I want to show you that this is not fake. So the basic idea as to what that fake article by interview with Baer laid out is actually what they do. It's just that interview was fake. But here is Kozak in The Guardian in 2001, the CIA operative. Lukashenko. Yes, here it is. Michael Kozak specializes in winning other countries' elections. So here is the rigging of the foreign countries' voting. It mentions Mr. Kozak involved in the operations in Panama and even Haiti. That's Nicaragua, Panama, Haiti. This is the Noriega stuff that we talked about. This was Color Revolution against Lukashenko. And everything that Bayer talks about in principle is admitted in this article, including controlling the media, regime change, coup operation, color revolution, all of that. It's right here. And I will give you that link. So, basic principle is still true and correct, even though the Bayer interview is false. And here is the Guardian interview with the CIA, one of the two CIA operatives, Kozak and Walker. Add your name. So you'll notice the strictures, by the way, in Deuteronomy 13. If you are a prophet, you're not allowed to get things wrong. Right? And if that prophet tells you to go after other deities, he's not a true prophet. What did the Mormon guy say when he came on at the beginning? There's many gods in the Old Testament. I said, what do the Ten Commandments say? And he's like, you shall have no other gods. I was like, so which is it? Okay, so what's up, man? ADD?
Oh, yeah, hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, I just got a quick question. As I've been hearing more priests talk about it, especially to the parishes I'm going to, I was just interested in your opinions on the possibility of non-Chalcedonian Christians reunifying eventually someday with the Eastern Church, and I guess like what the likelihood of that is.
I mean, it'd be great. I don't know. I mean, it seems like it always comes down to the condemnation of Severus and how the Orientals would deal with that, because we're not going to admit the Ecumenical Council was false. They don't want to give up Severus, but in terms of the Fifth Ecumenical Council's statement of the theology of Christology and in hypostasis and in hypostaton, they tend to think that the actual theological formulation is not that wrong. So I don't know. Dang, we got like 15 people. So guys, and I'm not mad for people asking that question. It's not questions about Orientalism or catechumen questions or old calendar questions. So it's Mormonism, Protestantism, papacy, geopolitics, intelligence agencies. Those are all fair game tonight. We can talk about the news too. JFK documents being just now dumped. We can talk about Daily Wire appearing allegedly to be experiencing problems. Ian Carroll's claims. Gnosticism, dispensationalism, Hebrew roots. Those are all on the table too. So please don't request to speak and come on if you're going to ask me sort of the catechumen questions. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just those are questions that you can take to your priest. So we want to allow this time to be for the specific topics listed. And if your question is about PSA, I've addressed that so many times I just don't even want to talk about it anymore. I'm so tired of PSA. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just I would rather debate Sola Scriptura than PSA. Like,
where are the papists? They were freaking out about the whole
Angel of the Lord.
No, about St. Patrick being Orthodox.
Oh, no, I didn't even know that. So,
yeah.
If you guys would raise your hand if you have questions related to those open topics. Please no catechumen, fasting, diet, Lent questions, none of that. Anybody? We got 14 people. If you want to raise your hand with the little emoji, I'll bring you up. We're not doing canon law questions. So, Ortho, what's up? Unless it relates to the topics. Hey.
Hey, I have a Christological question about the difference between Protestantism and Orthodox. I guess I was wondering how the Orthodox view the pre-incarnation according to like human nature, because apparently I heard that human nature is eternal, like Jesus Christ is eternal. So what does that mean for his pre-incarnation?
No. His human nature is created, therefore it's not eternal. It's made eternal in the sense of ever existing, but it is not eternal in the same sense as the pre-incarnate Logos, who's the second person of the Godhead. So no, before the incarnation, he was not. He did not have a human body.
So like pre-incarnation, like spirit of the Logos would be more like spirit of the law, and like when it says like angel of the Lord and stuff like that.
No, it's actually him as an energetic manifestation in time and space. This is part of the energies doctrine of Orthodoxy, that the second person of the Godhead really does step into time and space and appear, for example, in Leviticus 9, as the glory of God.
Okay, and then another difference between, I mean, you kind of just hit on it there, was the essence energy distinction. What, I feel like it's very vague when they're talking about energies. I don't quite understand. What is it, like love and like...
All right, so in the Orthodox Church, what the West calls attributes, we believe to be energies, which are the equivalent of operations, powers, attributes. It's essentially the same thing. The acts, the works of God. Paul talks about, in many cases, look up the Blue Letter Bible, of Paul's usage of energeia in the New Testament, and you'll find that he uses it quite often.
So then the essence would just be like the very, I don't know, soul? Is that a good explanation?
No, God doesn't have a soul, because a soul is proper to a created human being or a human. It's a faculty of human nature, not of uncreated divine nature. God has an essence, which is the nature that he has, but we don't know God's essence. It's unknowable. So it's apophatic theology. But what we do know about God is that he reveals himself through his energies or attributes or operations or works.
And that's when the West, like the Barlam versus
Yes.
Palamas debate.
Correct.
Palamas says you can quite literally experience, not the essence, right? The energies.
Yeah. So in other words, the apostles' experience on the mountain of transfiguration in Matthew 17, Palamas believes, like all the church has always believed, that that's an experience open to all of the Orthodox baptized Christians.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, those are just my questions. I have to unprogram
Sure.
the trust
No,
presuppositions.
it's all good.
I got.
You're on the right track. Exactly. Yeah, that light that is seen is the uncreated light. LDS. Here we go. You want to unmute LDS? LDS, you have to unmute if you want to talk. Latter-day Saint, do you want to talk? You have to unmute. LDS Christian, unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. So yeah, you are debating Mormons tonight.
Sure.
So Chad Wilson, throw out a shout out to you for letting me know when Jay's on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm LDS. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints because I find the early Christian church fathers teach LDS doctrine more than they teach Orthodox or Catholic doctrines, especially when we look at before Nicaea and the change in infant baptism. I don't see infant baptism taught before really about 200 AD, and of course the Trinity is definitely a part of the apostasy. So yeah, that's
Okay.
why.
Who do you think started teaching the Trinity?
Who do I think started teaching the Trinity? Constantine, the Gnostics. That's where homoousios comes from.
Wait, Constantine the Gnostics. Constantine is
Yeah.
an emperor. He has nothing to do with Gnostics.
Right, but it came from Greek philosophy. When
Okay.
you
So you said
follow
Constantine.
When you follow the history of homoousios, it comes through Gnosticism.
Right, that's a genetic
fallacy.
It's a genetic fallacy. The fact that somebody uses a term does not equate to the meaning of that system using that term.
Sure, but when you look at the idea within Christianity, homoousios was condemned and anathematized in the 260s to condemn Paul of Samosata.
Yeah, but the term is not the problem, it's the meaning of the term, so it really doesn't matter. But
well, it's the term and the meaning of the term.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong.
The
Terms,
meaning doesn't change.
Of course it does. This is the this is the word concept fallacy. And by the way, how could the Trinity come there when Tertullian has a gigantic book in about 180 on the Trinity?
Yeah, Tertullian did not teach the Trinity. I do a 10-hour, almost nearly a 20-hour series on my channel on YouTube, debunking the idea that Tertullian taught the Trinity. He taught that the Son was formed when God said, "Let there be light." He was given his own form, his own voice, his own garb, and he said that when God said, "Let there be light," he said that's the perfect nativity of the Son, nativity, the birth, when God said, "Let there be light." And Jesus is known as the light.
We've already done a response to all this. I'm not going to go through 10 hours of your citing of it. So what are you laughing at?
So what?
Are you laughing?
I didn't laugh.
Okay. I thought you were laughing. So we've done a response to this that was about a 2-hour talk on Inspiring Philosophy's channel, which deals with this Muslim line of argumentation that these early church fathers. Now, if you're saying that the Trinity was from Constantine and the Gnostics, and I'm saying that, well, the doctrine of the Holy Trinity is the very first thing mentioned in against Praxeas. Even if you take issue with some of the formulations of the way that he talks about the Son, he does not say the Son is a creature. So he's still teaching, quote, the doctrine of the Trinity. That's the very beginning of the treatise. So it's not from Constantine. Right. So it's not from Constantine.
So actually the Tertullian actually teaches it very similar to the way we do.
No, it doesn't.
In the sense that Joseph Smith taught that intelligences are not created. We are uncreated. And Tertullian taught that...
well, hold on. We're uncreated? How many gods are there?
Intelligences are not gods.
If they're uncreated, they're gods.
No, matter is uncreated. It does not mean that matter is a god.
So that's right. That's Aristotle's doctrine. If matter is uncreated, how is it not divine?
Justin Martyr taught that matter was not created.
No, he doesn't teach that. No, he does not. He teaches creation. No, he doesn't. He teaches creation ex nihilo.
He does not teach ex nihilo.
Yes, he does. And you're citing a section where he taught. Most of the time when people argue this, I don't know if you're arguing this, but most of the time they're citing a section where he's telling you what the Gnostic doctrines are. He does believe in creation.
No,
yes, he
does not teach Gnostic doctrines in First Apology.
No, did you hear what I said? When Mormons and other people try to prove from Irenaeus that he does not teach ex nihilo, they cite a section where he's describing Gnostic teachings denying ex nihilo. You can't understand what I'm saying?
I did not say Irenaeus. I said Justin Martyr.
Okay, I'm talking about Irenaeus. So my mistake.
I'm talking about Justin Martyr. Justin Martyr taught ex materia.
Well, even if he did, it doesn't mean that it's true. But what?
It shows that the earlier we go, we see LDS doctrines.
No, we don't.
Orthodox.
No, we don't. Because he does not. He does not teach Mormon doctrine. You can watch the response that Sam Shamoon did after we did our response to the Muslims raising the same question. They're not teaching your doctrine. And by the way, it wouldn't matter even if one church father made that mistake, because we don't follow one single church father. The New Testament doesn't teach that there's prima materia or that there's eternal matter. The book of Maccabees teaches that God created everything out of nothing.
Yeah, well, we don't follow the book of Maccabees.
Yeah, but see, well, how do you know what the canon is? How do you know what the scriptures are?
Because we have living apostles who tell us what they are.
So how do you know they're living apostles?
Because they have the authority.
Okay, where did they get that? What's the criteria?
Peter, James, and John.
Where did they get that authority? What's the criteria?
The criteria is to be given it to you from those who hold that authority.
So every cult claims that
Peter,
they have
James,
authority.
And John came to Joseph Smith and gave him and
how do you know? Now hold on.
Cowdery
How do you know that Peter, James, and John came to Joseph Smith and he's not just a fraud?
Because we have witnesses and evidence that show that he was a prophet. The Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon proves true. So the Book of Mormon proves that he's so his own claims to be a prophet is what proves he's a prophet.
I'm sorry?
His own claims to be a prophet is what proves he's a prophet, according to you?
Not just his own claims, the claims of other witnesses that were there.
Okay, so any cult, if they have people claiming to be witnesses, that means that it's true? How do you know that they're not lying?
Because the consistency within history.
I don't even know what that means. I mean, what do you say to a Muslim who says that the early followers of Muhammad are consistent with the Quran, therefore Islam is true?
Well, I'm talking about the early Christian history after the apostles died.
No, it's the argument is a fallacious argument, is what I'm trying to explain.
So what I'm saying is that everything is evidence for the prophet, because we have consistent evidence through history,
a circle.
Through the Bible.
That's a circle.
No, it's not.
Well, the Bible doesn't teach your view. In fact, in the Joseph Smith translation, he added himself to the last chapter of Genesis, correct?
When you look at the Jews actually believed in a Messiah ben Joseph that was supposed to descend from.
No. That's not what I said. Yeah. No, that's a rabbinic Talmudic tradition that has nothing to do with the Bible. That's nowhere in the Bible.
Joseph Smith.
No.
Joseph Smith added that rabbinic tradition back into the Bible.
Exactly. So he's a fraud. So he retroactively added himself to the Bible.
He
Exactly.
He retro.
So he's a fraud. Exactly.
Messiah ben Joseph.
So he adds himself to the text. So your argument was that he's a true prophet because he's predicted, and you're admitting that he added himself to the text. That's a fraud.
He was predicted by the rabbinic text.
How in anybody's mind would you think that Messiah ben Joseph from the Talmud has anything to do with Joseph Smith? Is Joseph Smith Jewish?
No, in fact, it says that he's not supposed to be Jewish. It says that he comes from the tribe
How
of
would
Ephraim.
the Jews accept Messiah ben Joseph if he's a Gentile?
Because the Ephraimites became, they were taken
So you
away.
think that was in the minds of the Talmudic writers, that they were talking about the shit that is in the Book of Mormon? This made-up nonsense about Ephraimites?
Joseph is supposed to precede the Messiah ben David's second coming. He's supposed to be a restorer. He's supposed to restore the temple. He's supposed to...
and you think that the rabbinic Jews in the Talmud who don't believe in anything to do with Christianity or the Bible or Jesus were predicting Joseph Smith a Gentile?
Yes, because when you go, you can actually go look. You can go look at the Jewish Encyclopedia under Messiah. Everybody, look this up. Go to the Messiah Jewish Encyclopedia entry and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you will read about Messiah ben Joseph. And Joseph Smith filled those prophecies about Messiah ben Joseph.
Why would he fulfill those prophecies as a Gentile and then add himself to the book of Genesis? This is so stupid.
Because it already talked about that in the book of Genesis, and it was removed.
How do you know it was removed? How do you know it was removed?
Because it doesn't exist anymore.
So
they still have the prophecies.
You don't see this how dumb this circle is? So we only know that it's removed because he says it's removed, so he adds it, and that's the proof that he's the prophet. That's a circle.
Because we have the evidence in the Jewish Encyclopedia.
What does that have to do with Joseph Smith?
There's
no Jew, there's no Talmudic Jew that would accept a Gentile Messiah ben Joseph. That's crazy.
Because we are not just Gentiles. We are of the tribes of Israel.
No, you're not. That's all made up.
Tribes of Israel.
There's no evidence that you are not the tribe. No, you're not. How are you that when you are you? What's your lineage? You're Jewish now?
I am of the tribe of Ephraim.
No. Mormons think that you're of these tribes, but you're like the Black Hebrew Israelites who claim that you're that when you're nothing to do with that.
So we have the evidence that...
You have no evidence. What's your evidence?
We have the evidence that confirms itself.
What? You have the evidence that confirms itself. So that's a circle.
The evidence is consistent because when we have...
In Jewish eschatology, Messiah ben Yosef or Mashiach ben Yosef is a Jewish Messiah.
Not necessarily.
No, that's the rabbinic tradition.
It's the rabbinic tradition, but it doesn't.
Which has nothing to do with you. You're not Jewish or rabbinic. You have nothing to do with that. You have no connection to that.
Doesn't mean that everything that they interpret has to be interpreted that way.
So again, this is why the religion is fraudulent, because you remove the context. You remove the context and make it about something that is nowhere in their mind. That's why it's fraudulent. It's also fraudulent
They did not interpret the Messiah ben David properly in the very beginning anyway. That's why they missed their Messiah.
Oh, so so that would discount your usage of their prophecy to begin with. So if Messiah ben David is a false usage, you can't use Messiah ben Joseph to prove you, dummy. You just undercut yourself.
Yes, I can. Because
that's a double standard. You just refuted yourself.
Jay, we know better.
We know better. You literally just said that because you said that the Jews were wrong about Messiah ben David, and they misinterpreted. Shut up! Shut up! You just... All right, this is too stupid. He literally just said the Jews are not trustworthy because their interpretation of Messiah ben David is wrong. Oh, but I'm going to use Messiah ben Joseph out of context because that one's right, but it's not what they thought. This is so crazy. This is the exact same thing as the Mohammedans saying that the Old Testament is predicting Muhammad. But wait a minute, that's all corrupted. No, but the Muhammad tells me that it was predicting Muhammad.
Not only that, remember I told you that Sedevacanta priest where he was like, "Have you read the book of Maccabees? It prophesies my coming."
But we know now. We know more now.
We now know.
We now know that Jewish prophecies are all wrong, and Talmudic prophecies are wrong, except for when we can take them out of context and apply them to Joseph Smith, who happens to have the same name as Messiah ben Yosef, the Jewish altar Messiah from the Talmud. Look at the mind pretzels of this idiotic cult.
We need to come up with another fallacy name that, well, it's right when it supports my position and wrong when it doesn't.
Well, that's just a double standard.
Yeah, the double standard fallacy.
Yeah. So, when the Jews mentioned, by the way, did you notice he did word concept fallacy several times? The Trinity is wrong because the word homoousios was used once by a Gnostic and an anti-Trinitarian. Yeah, well, guess what? The word logos was used by Marcus Aurelius. So what? Does that mean that every usage of the word logos necessarily is the Stoic philosophy? But this is how, religions, cults like this thrive on the fraudulent deception of terms like Joseph. Well, that's got to be talking about Joseph Smith, because even though the Jews don't believe that it's a Gentile man or the Mormon.
As I always said in the chat, I thought it was a prophecy about Trader Joe's.
Yeah, why can we not start bringing in other Josephs here? Who's some other Josephs that we know?
Joseph Stalin.
Messiah ben Joseph Stalin. And look, how can you say that it's wrong because the Jews got other things wrong? So I can take that to be Stalin. His logic was that because the Jews don't accept Messiah ben David as a son of David or Jesus.
And when you get in trouble, to use the words, well, it's consistent, you see. It's a consistent circle. Huh?
Well, we have a historical witness to it. Like what? Well, I'm of the tribes of Ephraim. How are you the tribe of Ephraim? This is like Black Hebrew Israelite level stuff. Mad social scientist. Is it somebody said in the chat, Father Deacon? It's predicting Joseph Rogan, the restorer of podcasting.
I was just gonna put Joe Dirt.
No, it's Joseph Rogan.
Joseph Rogan.
Are you there?
Check. Me?
Yeah.
Good day, Jay. How are you doing? I want to take a hard turn into geopolitics and intelligence. And but before I say my piece, I was curious, what do you believe is the origin of the left in the U.S., the way that the movement exists now, the way that it has grown over the past X? Do you think that's an organic thing? Do you think that's a deliberately organized top-down effort? What are your thoughts on that before I get into my spiel?
I believe that the left, according to Dr. Carroll Quigley, through all of his admissions, was always in the U.S., at least in the last century, funded, aided, and promoted by the wealthy families and foundations and think tanks in America. And the Reese Committee hearings also back that up.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge shot in the arm, so to speak. Have you ever heard of the World Social Forums?
I don't think so.
So the World Social Forums have been going on since 2001. They continue to have them, a series of week-long global communist training, networking, and organizing conventions that were sponsored and are sponsored by enemy foreign states like Venezuela, Cuba.
Okay, here we go. This is the guy here. This is all he does is talk about this stuff. Moving on. Cool video. Yes, this guy says Castro socialism is running everything. So go ahead. Cool video. I mean, the people running everything can't even update their website, so. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't even see who you're looking at.
What do you mean?
Do you have somebody as another person coming as a speaker? It just shows listeners on my end.
He dropped off. K? Okay. Unmute. K, unmute. K, do you want to speak? Roman Catholic K, do you want to talk? Oh my gosh. Lemon. Messiah Ben Rogan.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, dude?
So I'm an ex-Mormon.
I'm aware. I remember.
Yeah. So the guy who was on earlier, he has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to Messiah Ben Joseph. A lot of ex-Mormons have already made videos on YouTube debunking. It's like the Mormon theory that started in the 90s. But the funniest part is one of the most prominent parts of the prophecy is that Messiah Ben Joseph is supposed to become before Messiah Ben David. That's the
well, there we go.
problem. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the Jewish Encyclopedia entry on that.
Yeah. A lot of Mormons just like make things up about that prophecy and post it on social media, and then the audience just eats it up and regurgitates it. But I posted a couple things in the chat for people to see, like when it comes to Mormonism. Like a lot of the times Mormons will try to use the idea like, oh, you guys had so many schisms that proves the great apostasy. I posted a chart for people to save in the chat showing all the schisms that happened within Mormonism.
Oh, wow. Well, by the way, the first thing that came up is, according to the Talmudic tradition, Messiah ben Joseph will appear prior to the coming of the Messiah ben David.
Yeah, exactly.
He will gather the children of Israel around him, march to Jerusalem, and overcome hostile powers and reestablish the temple. Oh, but that was going to happen in what, Nauvoo, Illinois, where they're going to say, is that where? So that's where this is.
Supposed to, yeah. Well, in Missouri now.
I'm sorry, I meant Missouri.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But you guys were talking about the book of Abraham earlier in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. I posted my favorite part that Joseph Smith, quote unquote, translated, where he shows that one of the depictions is supposed to be the Father, God the Father, but Egyptologists have translated it, and it's actually the Egyptian god Min of fertility. And what people thought was his hand extending to, quote unquote, receive the priesthood.
It's his dingling.
Actually an erected penis.
Yeah, it's his dingling. Yep.
Yeah. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention, because I was actually on Father Ananias's live a couple days ago asking about tritheism. I just wanted to point out, just for everyone to know whenever they are debating Mormons, that they do not believe that Jesus is actually created. They have almost like a pantheistic view of the universe and the Godhead. And so they believe that the intelligence, substance, and spirit of everybody is eternal along with the universe. And so technically speaking, that would make Jesus and all of us eternal as well and uncreated.
No, that guy just said that. That guy just said that.
Yeah, I know, but like a lot of Mormons don't even know their own cosmology.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty. They know a lot of surface level things. Just the basis of their apologetics boils down to essentially, well, I had a spiritual experience with the Book of Mormon, therefore everything else is true. And they don't need to really dig into anything else. So.
Yeah. And by the way, this is Jewish Encyclopedia, Messiah ben Joseph. The tradition from the Talmud is that he comes before Messiah ben David, right? And gathers the children of Israel, marches to Jerusalem.
Yeah, exactly. So either they'd have to just reject that theory that they have with Joseph Smith, or start coming up with some other theories about how Jesus Christ is going to come later the first time, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, right.
When it actually happened. Yeah, so it's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, basically Mormon apologetic, like you've been exposing them just right now in the chat. It's extremely circular, and it just boils down to their subjective experience with the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, so he's a prophet, and I know this because I felt good reading it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Lemon. I appreciate that. And that's also why it's very important, as Father Deacon often points out, and I point out, this is why logic and critical thinking matters. Because when a Mormon says, deep down I know Mormonism's true because I feel it in the burning in my bosom, that is not a good reason for belief. That is a failed attempt at justification. So you see, this is why justification matters in epistemology, because we need to have good reasons for our beliefs, not just any old reasons like burning in my bosom, because that could be heartburn. Maybe you had
heartburn is not a good justification.
Yeah, I mean that was Bonson's old joke. Like, if your justification for your belief in your religion is burning in the bosom, then maybe that was the pizza you had last night. How do you know that's from God or the Holy Spirit? Dave, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, I just had a quick question about the Athanasian Creed in this particular section where it supposedly teaches the.
Are you there? Can't hear you. Athanasian Creed, by the way, is a later Western creed. It's not Athanasius. It's something that emerged in the Latin West. You dropped off. I don't know what happened to you. Jimmy, what's up?
What's happening? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's happening? Hey, Father Ananias, Jay. Question. So, one thing I've been thinking about that I'm curious to get you guys' opinion on is the thought of, modern society. We talk about race a lot, like white race, black race, Asian race, etc.
I'm on YouTube. That's not the topics tonight.
Okay, for sure.
But the topics are listed, guys. If you're calling in, it's not like non-YouTube friendly topics. It's not catechumen questions. We're talking Mormonism, Protestantism, Roman Catholicism, geopolitics and intelligence agencies, Black Hebrew Israelites, Gnosticism, cult, sex, all that stuff. Cole?
Hey, have you heard of the Mormons' belief on who Bigfoot is?
Who's that?
They believe that it's Cain, from Cain and Abel.
Are you joking or being serious?
I am dead serious. If you look it up, it's in a book called The Miracle of Forgiveness by a past prophet named Spencer W. Kimball.
I mean, this is awesome. This is like the people that live on the sun by the Brigham Young quote.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find that. You said prophet who?
Spencer W. Kimball, Kimball.
Okay.
So it's in the book called The Miracle of Forgiveness, and it was published in 69. And so the story goes that there's an early church leader, they say apostle, but I hate calling them apostles, but his name was David Patton, and he had an encounter in 1835, he says, that he was riding on his mule and noticed a strange person walking next to him. He said his head was about even with his shoulders when he was on his horse or mule or whatever. And he had no clothing, was covered in hair, and his skin was very dark. And he was just talking to him like it was just no big deal. Told him he had no home, he was a wanderer, and that his whole goal was to destroy the souls of men. And so that book came out in 69, and it brought that quote back, or that story, saying that the prophets believed that that was his interaction with Cain, and that he's never going to die, and that he's just torturing people throughout the world, but whatever. And so he... I'm
going to have to get this book, man. That's funny. I appreciate that. Yeah. We'll have to get this book. I'll have to find the actual... I'd love to see the actual... I wonder... let's see if maybe it's on page 127. Let's see if we can find it on 127. PDF or like Google Books or something. Let's see. Thank you guys for the super chats. We'll read some of those here in a second. No image, no preview. Oh man, let's try a PDF over here. Maybe it's on archive or something. Oh, I forgot to. We need to kind of walk through a couple of the verses as Father Deacon and I have done many times. Oh, here we go. Miracle of Forgiveness. So let's see, page 127. It's very easy to refute both Mormonism and Islam when we understand the finality of divine revelation, in the sense of public divine revelation. Once the last apostle died, there's no more prophets. There's no more revelation. And Mormonism, like charismaticism or Seventh-day Adventism with Ellen White, those thrive on the notion that there's ongoing new public revelations, you see. And so this is why, from the outset, it's a con. Because first of all, we know Deuteronomy 13, you can't have new doctrines or new theology that's not consistent with the prior revelation. So the Torah has to be consistent with what the new revelation posits as it comes. So when the prophets come, Isaiah, David, they have to be teaching what's consistent with the Torah. Likewise, when Jesus comes and when the apostles teach the New Testament, it also has to be consistent with the Torah and the prophets, you see. You can never have something new that contradicts the old or supersedes it. That right away cuts out a ton of the Mormon argumentation that we've heard tonight. So one of these passages that we want to look at is Zechariah 13, and this is a messianic prediction of the messianic era. And it talks about that in this day when the Messiah is around and when righteousness is beginning to sprout in the world, there will no longer be prophets. In that day it will come to pass, I will cut off the name of the idols out of the land, and they will no longer be remembered. And the unclean spirit shall pass out of that land. And it shall come to pass that if anyone prophesies, his mother or father that begot him shall say, you will not live, for you have spoken lies in the name of the Lord. In that day, every prophet will be ashamed when they prophesy. And they will say, I am not a prophet. I am a husbandman, a tender of the vineyard. And this is messianic because we know it's messianic because of what does verse 7 say? He was wounded in the house of his friends, verse 6. And verse 7, woe to the shepherd, and the shepherd will be smitten, and the sheep scattered. That is a prophecy of Christ's crucifixion and the apostles being scattered when he dies. Those are messianic prophecies. Therefore, when the Messiah comes, one of the things that he institutes is the finality to divine revelation. Let's look at another passage, Daniel 9. And this also disproves dispensationalism, as we pointed out in the previous week's focus on dispensational Zionism. In the 70 weeks prophecy, one of the things that we're told comes about at the first advent is the sealing up of the vision and prophecy and the anointing of the Messiah. Messiah the Prince, verse 25. This is when is this taking place? Well, guess what? It actually tells you when the Messiah is cut off. That's the death of Christ. Okay, first advent. What is one of the characteristics of the first advent? The sealing up of vision and prophecy. In other words, when the Messiah comes, this will be the era in which vision and prophecy is complete. Once John the Apostle died, there's no more oral word of God, no more written word of God. He's the last apostle to die. It's done. That's why when we come over here to Jude, Jude can say in Jude 3, give me the freaking chapter. Yeah. Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you to exhort you that you should earnestly contend, that's apologetics, for the faith once delivered unto the saints. That means there's no new deliveries. There's no new revelations. Okay.
Once, twice, 3 times, 5 times.
Exactly.
Right.
And as Father Deacon points out, Galatians 1, Paul says in the famous verse that everybody's aware of, do not go after another gospel. Even if we are an angel from heaven, preach another gospel. Obviously, that's 100% applicable to the cult of Joseph Smith, which was supposedly given to him as new revelations from an angel, Moroni. But Paul says, do not go after any other gospel other than what was delivered to you via Pauline theology and teaching. Guess what? That means there has to be a finality to this. Otherwise, you could not judge what comes in the future. Father Deacon, would you want to comment on that at all?
Sorry, repeat that, please.
Well, you were the one that made this point about Galatians 1, even when Paul says you judge any future claim from an angel or from any entity by what Paul handed down. That means there's a finality to it. Otherwise, you couldn't.
So, yeah, it's an epistemic point of having the whole deposit so that things don't need to be filled in, because if the picture is not filled in, then any heretic can come later and be like, and put a piece in, right? I'm always thinking kind of like a jigsaw puzzle or something like that. I think that's what St. Irenaeus uses, the metaphor analogy of a mosaic or something like that. But if you don't have the complete picture as a whole, then there's no way that you have a standard to say any of it's true. So we need that actually completed, delivered as a whole, because that's precisely what preserves and gives us justification for any of these. That's why you can see this guy basically just says, well, I'll just put my own thing in there and then I'll just circle back on it, and that's the justification. And the eyewitnesses are written in the thing that I added in there from Joseph Smith. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's no way to, it doesn't give you any objective or public epistemic means or way of determining what's authentic, what's true, what's apostolic. So what they end up doing, and every heretic does, is, well, obviously, I just pick the stuff that supports my position and reject the rest of it. So I start with my own made-up position, and then I'll just exclude anything that negates that or rejects that, and I'll use and reconstruct an image about how that supports mine. So you can do that if there's no hole, if there's no kataholos, if there's no apostolic deposit of faith. So that's why I always hammer home with that. I'm like, if you don't have that, and we do have it, then you don't know anything. So it is a sort of kind of transcendental argument in the sense of the impossibility of the contrary. It's either orthodoxy, the kataholos, once delivered, or it's nothing. You don't have any justification whatsoever for anything you say. Yeah, that's always my argument.
Okay, and to add to that, you'll notice here at the end of the book of Revelation, John says, if anyone hears the words of the prophecy of this book and adds unto these things, God will add unto him to the plagues. And if you take away, likewise, the name is removed from the book of life. Now, this is not talking about a completed Protestant canon of 66 books, as many Protestants like to assume. But the principle still applies because providentially John's book was the last of the books to be included in the canon. And it is the final revelation and the final writing of the final apostle, St. John the theologian. So to add anything to this final revelation does violate this principle of adding to the finality, right? So even though John didn't necessarily know, or anyone else, that this was the final book of the canon of scriptures, it eventually providentially made its way into the canon of scriptures and was the final text. And so to add anything subsequently to this revelation in some sort of, Joseph Smith cult type of way would still be violating the principle of these verses, although not necessarily a proof for sola scriptura or for a Protestant canon. So I want to be very clear that I'm not conceding to Protestants that this proves their view of the 66 books, because this doesn't tell you which books go into the canon. But it does lay down a principle that here, clearly there's some finality to this revelation. Otherwise, if there's new revelations after John, then it would be contradicting the warning that you can't add to this, to the prophetic revelations. So there's no new prophetic revelations after John. Now, one last point. The church has already, by the way, dealt with this heresy. It's called the heresy of Montanism. And
not Montanism.
Not Montana. Not where he is. Just briefly here. And this shouldn't be too controversial, so I'm not a huge fan of Wikipedia, but this shouldn't really be that big of a... This should be easy to find. Montanism is known by its adherents as the New Revelation, so it conveniently identified itself for you. It is an early Christian movement of the late 2nd century, mid to late, referred to its founder, Montanus. Montanism held views about basic Christian theology similar to the wider Christian church. However, it was labeled a heresy for its belief in new prophetic figures. So guess what? Any heresy or cult that comes along and says there's new revelations is already canceled out by everything we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes and by the judgment of the church early on rejecting Montanism. The prophetic movement called for a reliance on the spontaneous, this is like charismatics in the 2nd century. Okay. So you get the idea. And by the way, to hammer it home, this is the heresy that Tertullian fell into. Because Tertullian was a holy roller, he thought that the visible institutional church, which already existed, okay, so notice Tertullian leaving the institutional Catholic Church proves that in the 2nd century there was already an institutional Catholic Church, or else Tertullian could not leave it and criticize it as being corrupt. And thus Tertullian fell into the heresy of Montanism. William? I see. Yeah, what's up? I see you laughing. What's up?
I'm not laughing, Jay. I think it might have been the wrong emoji.
Oh, that's fine.
I just like it. I just want to thank you very much for dealing with Robert.
Who?
Robert.
Who's Robert?
Oh, he's the LDS lunatic that called in.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, his full name is Robert Gurr. He's one of the most prominent LDS apologists on the interweb.
Oh, really? His name is what? Robert what?
Robert Gurr.
Grr, like grr. What do you mean?
Literally G-U-R.
Oh, G-U-R-R. Okay. By the way, to speak to that guy, by the way, reminder, so when the Muslims were doing this exact same thing 1 year ago, Jake was doing it, Daniel Hakikachu was doing it, doing the exact same line of argumentation that this Muslim dude, or this Mormon dude, Gurr, was doing. Inspiring Philosophy and I did a almost an hour and a half talk here, just going through pre-Nicene proofs for the Trinity. And so this is very important for this point here. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then he you know how there's currently 2 schools of Mormons. One, you have the original ones that still believes in like polygamy and crazy stuff. And then there's like the newer kids that basically don't know anything. They think it's just like they believe in a completely different version of Mormonism that Joseph Smith taught. And what Robert believes in, he's somewhere in between, right? So a lot of the lunatic shit he said about the Messiah ben Joseph, it was not even taught by the original Mormons.
Oh, interesting.
That's just him, and he's famous for doing like the Church Father, Origin, and then it happens to be the only ones he focuses on are Origin, Tertullian, and Justin Martyr. He doesn't want to go to anything else.
Okay.
The guys,
I love that. I just saw something on Twitter today where I can't remember if it was a papist or a Protestant. They're arguing something about orthodoxy, and they quote Origin and Tertullian. I'm like, that's your that's your argument against is 2 heretics.
Yeah, he still believes that there are multiple wives in heaven too. So like if you divorce a woman, that woman is still eternally bounded to you. You still have her in heaven, like you can do like the Muslim stuff. So yeah, that's like the old school Mormon type of stuff. And I just want to thank you so much, Jay, because a lot of people were watching, and then he just officially ended his career.
Good. I had no idea who I was talking to, so that's good. I'm trying to find. Does he have a channel? Where I can't find. I found one debate with this Protestant guy that he did, but I can't find him on a.
Yeah, I debated him many times, and I think some of it's on my channel. But yeah, but the Protestant guy is even worse than him.
Oh no.
That guy says he thinks Salome is the daughter of Mary.
Okay, but does Robert Gurr have a channel? Do you know what it is?
I will DM it to you, but it's crazy. But he's famous in the Mormon community for doing that stuff. That's why we saw you do that, and my boy Chad and I we just spammed him, telling him to come on.
Oh, good. Well, yeah. We'll notice once again. Messiah ben Joseph in he said go to the Jewish Encyclopedia. Here we are, and it says that this is the Jewish Talmudic tradition of the Messiah who will appear prior to Messiah ben David.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you getting that guy on here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought, let me bring you back. I thought you were done here. Finish what you're going to say. Go ahead. Come back, dude. I'm sorry. Come back. Where'd you go, dude? William Dye, come back, man. Here we go. William, come back. What were you going to say?
Yeah, Jay, I just want to ask,
Uh-huh.
is the debate with William Albrecht on Sam's channel still happening, or are they like chicken out again?
Nobody chickened out. So what I talked to Sam yesterday, and I proposed to him that why don't we do a 1 versus 1 presentation? So either I do a presentation about why Rome is not right and Orthodoxy is right, and then Albrecht can do a separate presentation addressing mine arguments or doing his own. So, and Shamoon sounded like he was open to that, and I'm guessing he's going to ask Albrecht. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think I can. I probably wouldn't be able to keep my patience with that dude. Nothing to do with his arguments. It would just. Joshua Z, what's up? That would be the best way to go about this. Joshua Z, what's up, dude? I don't know, my light burned out. Sage. Sage, what's up? I'm mute.
Hey, Jay.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that, man. I was doing the dishes.
That's fine. What's up, man?
Well, I was calling because I heard a Protestant argument that kind of, I don't know, blew me away because I just had never thought about it before, and it was one of those, like, what do you mean? But essentially he said there's, like, 14 apostles, and I was like, what are you talking about? Because I've never heard that before.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if you ever heard that before, but he used Acts 1 to say that Paul didn't replace Judas's seat. And I think that's the section where Matthias is chosen by Peter and them. You can pull it up. I don't know. Have you ever heard that argument before?
No. And what is it supposed to be? I don't, like, what's it supposed to prove?
He's trying to prove essentially that the apostles are, like, he would claim that he's also an apostle, like everybody's an apostle if you believe. So, like, he would say, like, the apostles are just messengers.
Well, you could just go to Timothy's epistles, and Paul says, I appointed you in Ephesus, I laid hands on you. You don't lay hands on anyone else hastily, because the gift of the Holy Spirit is transferred in the laying on of hands. So Timothy's epistles, Paul's epistles to Timothy prove apostolic succession, not that everyone in the church is of equal and identical office.
So on that point, this came up because I'm reading through Father Stephen DeYoung's book on the religion of the apostles.
Uh-huh.
And in his introduction, he lays out, like, what an apostle is, and it can't just simply be that it's somebody who's witnessed the risen Christ, because at, like, one point...
there's tons of witnesses. No, it's specifically appointed by Christ, and Christ breathes on and gives the keys to specific people, not to everyone.
Yeah, and he laid out a second criteria that they all had an experience of the uncreated...
Oh, yeah, great point, yeah.
Aspect of Christ.
That's a great point, yeah. So they saw the uncreated light, yeah.
Right, and so this challenged him because, he's Protestant, and so he was like, well, have you ever heard of Acts 1? And then he's like, in there, it's like, there's not 12 apostles. There's, like, it just pretty much he's saying that, I don't know, I guess he would be diminishing the apostles' seat in that way by just saying that it's just kind of whoever, and there's maybe 14 or 13. I think he's just trying to diminish the 12 original, disciples of the Lord being like the original apostles. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, again, when you read Paul's epistle to Timothy, there's other presbyters in Ephesus, right? Because Paul talks about the other presbyters and laying on of hands. But he specifically says that Timothy has the ability and the authority to lay hands and pass the Holy Spirit. That's not something the other presbyters and the laity have at Ephesus. So again, I don't see how his argument that we're all, quote, apostles would make sense in terms of Paul's apostolic succession to Timothy.
Right, yeah, that was my argument, kind of with using Timothy as an example, because I've heard you use that in the past, and I don't know, I guess we just kind of agreed to disagree, but I just had never heard that before. I thought it was kind of wild.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Father Deacon, what was that book that you recommended on your stream today about apostolic succession?
That is Father Gregory Rogers,
Okay.
Apostolic Succession, published by published by Conciliar Press. Oh, weird. Ben Lomond. What are the odds? Ben Lomond, California. Jay, this book was prophesized by Messiah Ben Lomond Press. Right there. Well, there you go. That's all you guys need to know.
Well, you know the words, I mean, if it's the same word, it means it's the same referent, right?
Oh, man, that's funny.
Right, so notice what Paul says in 1 Timothy 4. Let no one despise your youth. Be an example to believers in word, conduct, love, spirit, faith, purity. Until I come, give attention to the reading of exhortation to doctrine. Do not neglect the gift that is in you that was given by the prophecy of the laying on of hands of the elders. Right? So this is a specific thing where Timothy is appointed there.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of what I laid out, and he said that he just believes that that's just like the Holy Spirit coming upon somebody.
It's said to be the laying on of hands, and then
yeah.
But he says, do not lay hands hastily on another person, right? Right here he says, do nothing with prejudice, do these things without prejudice, partiality. Do not lay hands on anyone hastily and share in others' sins.
Yeah, I'll have to bring maybe the passage more in depth and see what he.
Well, what I'm saying there is, like, he's saying that if you lay hands hastily and ordain someone falsely, right, because the giving of the Holy Spirit is given in that laying on of hands, then you're also liable because you ordained somebody who's not worthy of the office, right?
Right, because the seat actually has a real precedence. It's not just, being a believer. It's like it's a higher authority than just like the laity.
Correct, and it's also, you see it in the Matthew 23 passage where Jesus says that the scribes and Pharisees sit in the cathedra, the seat of Moses. So it's a Jewish idea of Mosistolic succession that after Ezra set up the synagogue system, even according to Jesus, it is a correct Jewish tradition that there was a Mosistolic succession that the scribes and Pharisees had in the, quote, seat of Moses. That's what the meaning of cathedra, the seat, the cathedral, the seat of the bishop is in terms of the episcopate. That's why the bishop's church has a seat, a throne up there on the altar, because he's the cathedra. It's the seat of the bishop, right? Coming out of Matthew 23.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense continuity wise. Yeah, that's good.
And then go ahead.
Do you happen to have like the chapter or kind of like roughly where I can find that?
Yes, Matthew 23 when he's arguing with this about the scribes and the Pharisees, and he says, do not do as they do, but do as they say, because they say and do not do. He says the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, and the Greek there is the cathedra. Right? Matthew 23, 1 and 2.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that, because that's something that I just had never heard before, and it was kind of wild. So
no, that's very important too, and I would imagine that's in the Rogers book. I'm not sure because I just put that on my book list that Father Deacon was recommending today. So, But also keep in mind, too, this principle of the laying on of hands and the transferring of the gift of the Holy Spirit that Paul talks about to Timothy, that's not new to the New Testament either. In fact, it's out of Numbers 11 when Moses lays hands and Joshua lays hands, right? You have this principle in the Old Testament. That's where this comes from. The transference of the gift of the Holy Spirit through the laying on of hands is in Numbers 11. So, again, continuity. The 70 elders, this is the 70 of the New Testament, right? And by the way, the 70 are not all apostles, or they're not, there's many apostles, but not all are the 12, right? And that, we know that also from the book of Revelation, and this would also refute your dude, because in the New Jerusalem, how many foundation stones are there of the church? The New Jerusalem. 12. And on the 12 stones, the names of the 12 apostles. So, sorry, there's not 14 if he's read the book of Revelation. The 70 elders, gather to me 70 men of the elders whom you know to be officers over them. Bring them to the tabernacle, and I will come and I will talk with you. And then Moses lays hand, the gift of the Spirit. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? The Holy Spirit in the Old Testament? Yes, it's also a Trinitarian passage. The Lord came down in the cloud, theophany, and spoke to him, and took the Spirit that was upon Moses and placed it upon the 70 elders. This is perfectly parallel to what Paul describes to Timothy in both of his letters, of the laying on of hands to Timothy, the gift of the Holy Spirit. So it's parallel. It's the same as the Old Testament. Apostolic succession is out of the Old Testament succession. Oh, we wanted to see if we can find this page 127. Now, this might be some other... Oh, this doesn't have page numbers. This is freaking ridiculous. Let's see if we can find Bigfoot. What did he call it? Cain? Bigfoot is Cain? Is that what it was?
The mark of Cain is
Does he call it Bigfoot? I wonder if he calls it... Yeah, the mark of Cain is Bigfoot. Sasquatch.
I was thinking about you. I put it in the chat a while back. There's literally a musician called Sasquatch. Sasquatch. And he dresses up as Bigfoot, and he plays the saxophone with like 80s glasses on, and there's like a light show. Jay would love this.
So we're going to have to find the passage if we're going to find that, because this book doesn't have page numbers, which is annoying. Okay, I'm going back to the original quote. Okay, so let's see. He talks about a mule. So let's try looking it up by mule. That should find it. Okay, here it is. So this is Miracle of Forgiveness. On the sad character of Cain, an interesting story comes to us from Lycurgus A. Wilson's book on the life of David Patton. From the book, I quote an extract from a letter by Abraham Smoot giving, this is confusing, his recollection of Patton's account of meeting a remarkable person who said he was Cain. As I was riding along the road, on my mule, I suddenly noticed a strange personage walking beside me. His head was about even with my shoulders as I sat in the saddle. He wore no clothing, but was clothed with hair. His skin was dark. I asked him where he dwelt, and he replied that he had no home. He was a wanderer in the earth, traveling to and fro. He said he was a very miserable creature and that he had earnestly sought death during his sojourn upon the earth, but he could not die, and his mission was to destroy the souls of men. About that time he expressed himself thus: I rebuked him in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ by the virtue of this holy priesthood, commanded him to go hence, and immediately departed out of my sight. But where are we getting, I mean, it sounds like Bigfoot-ish, but where are we getting Bigfoot? All right. So what were the Redditors saying about this? Let's go back to the Reddit people. So here's some Mormons saying, ex-Mormons, I grew up thinking that this was actually possible. He lived in a cave for thousands of years. So apparently, yes, it's in the book. It sounds like Bigfoot, but so I guess the story is about Bigfoot, and he's repeating it as if he's saying there were these sightings of Bigfoot. In 1980, sightings of Bigfoot in Utah led some LDS members to connect the sightings in Patton's story with Cain, thus the beginning of the tale of the Mormon idea that Cain is Bigfoot. The story is included in Kimball Spencer's book, which we just read, Miracle of Forgiveness, published in 1989. So 69. So in 1969, he wrote this book that some Mormon claimed to meet Cain, which is ridiculous, and that he was covered in hair. And then in the 1980s, when Mormons thought they were seeing Bigfoot, the Mormons said, this proves their prophet's story. This is so stupid. Wow. I mean, at every turn, man, this religion is just, it's comedic, dude. Wellington. Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so via Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs, or you can do them natively through YouTube. Thank you guys for your generosity and support tonight. You can also join the channel if you would like to become a member and get access to, I think last night we did a 3-hour talk on intel operations in the Middle East, so that was a lot of fun. Wellington, what's up, man? You can also head on over to choq.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation, and use the promo code J40, JOY40 to get 40% off all those great products at choq.com. Ricardo, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I actually have two questions. Well, the first one is, have you heard about this guy, Roots of Orthodoxy? The guy who
pretended to be Orthodox, but came out he's Uniate Roman Catholic. Yeah, I know about it. What about it?
Yeah, I actually asked him if he was up to having you on his show, on his new show that's Roots of Faith. I just wanted to suggest that in case you want to look at it. I don't know, it might be interesting.
I'm good. I appreciate it though, but I'll pass on that. But guys, look, if you want me on people's shows, the best way to do it is do like that guy did and suggest it or comment. So, you want me to talk to, if you want Ian Carroll and I to have a conversation, as many people have been saying, go and comment on Ian Carroll's thing. That's how, you guys are the ones that make it happen. Call of Duty athlete. Messiah Ben Sasquatch. Somebody said Messiah Ben Sasquatch. Who knew that Mormons had such a advanced cryptid philosophy and theology. I'm impressed. But it makes sense with the sci-fi ethos of Mormonism. What's up, man? Nobody can get in. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I have a conspiracy theory. I want to see if you think it's legitimate or not. I think Islam was created as a psyop against Christianity because I've noticed there's a lot of Islam borrows a lot more from the Old Testament compared to the New. And logically speaking, if Muhammad is predicted in the Old Testament, he must be also Jewish. So Islam was a subversion of Christianity because it takes God's divinity out of the equation, destroying Christianity, but still validating Judaism.
Yeah, I don't know how authentic it is that we could prove his pedigree, but it is the case that Islam is very Talmudic in its origins, and that's been noted by scholars of Islam for a long time. I put up the quotes many times that Islam borrows in many passages. You can even find the direct parallels where they just quote from the Talmud. I don't know how self-conscious that was on the part of the various people in these sects and groups, but ultimately it's still a devilish conspiracy. Sabian? The quote is this, and here's a couple examples. Islam derives several doctrines and Quranic passages from the Talmud. So uniting with Islam is thus default Talmudic. Quote, so much indeed was Muhammad indebted to the Jews for a great portion of his teaching on this and other subjects that the Quran has been described as a compendium of Talmudic Judaism. Blair, The Sources of Islam, page 55. And here is one example of there's... Oh man, it's too small to read. But this is Rav Ben Yehuda about the embryo, and that's cited directly in the Hadiths. Looks like. I can't tell if that's a Quran or Hadiths. Here's another one. Allah is the originator of the heavens. How could he have children if he has no mate? He created all things. He has perfect knowledge of everything. And the Talmud reads, there is one, the Holy One, blessed is He. The Lord is our God. He is not another. He has no partners. He has no son or brother. For how would he have a son? So that's almost directly a rephrasing of the Talmud. Here's another one. Those who repent, believe, and do good deeds are the ones whose evil deeds Allah will change into good deeds. Allah is all forgiving and merciful. That's Quran 25:70. And that is directly from that, I can barely read it, that Talmud tractate. Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai stated, if a person is perfectly evil and he repents, the Holy One receives him, and all of his transgressions are counted as good deeds if he repents. Here's another one. Talmud says, Gemara raised an objection. I will make you upright. Rabbi Meir says, in the future, the Jewish people will have the stature of 200 cubits, two times the height of Adam, the first man, who was 100 cubits. That's where the idiotic Sahih Bukhari hadith says that Allah created Adam in his image 60 cubits, directly from the Talmud. Which is funny because Sam Shamoon and I have mentioned this passage and argued with them many times over this. So you can see 4 examples there. If you just type in Islam Talmud, these examples will come up. It is a copy-paste job of Christianity for sure, but quite a bit of the Talmud. Raphael. By the way, I'm almost to 100,000, so if you guys want to follow me and help me hit 100K so we can have a 100K party, follow me right there on X and get me to 100K, baby. And you can support the stream via Super Chats if you'd like. Super Chats are through Streamlabs or through YouTube. What's up, man? Raphael, got to unmute.
Hey, hi, Jay. Just like taking on the topic of Mormonism, I remember seeing a video of Sam Shamoon explaining like the Genesis, but in the perspective of the Mormons. It was like pretty wild. Like,
yeah, and on that very point, that is what I believe this movie is that someone has uploaded. It's the temple endowment ceremony where, you know, when you get to this level of Mormonism, they show you this movie on a movie screen. And the movie is the Mormon cosmology. So we're not going to watch this all tonight. We're going to save this for another stream where Jamie and I might watch this or something and comment on it. But here is their completely pagan, Gnostic, sci-fi worldview cosmology if you want to watch it. It's on YouTube. It's called Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony Movie.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out because it's like really interesting. You know, they start with the, you know, just talking about Jesus and putting him in like big words. And then when you're like in advanced Mormonism, then they came up with that like space stuff, God being an alien in our planet.
Yes, correct.
And you know, Jesus being Satan's brother, stuff like that.
Right. And this, of course, you can watch this old banned Mormon cartoon from that's been going around for like 40 years. Jeremiah Films, the banned Mormon cartoon is really funny because it tells you, you know, Jesus is basically, what is he, Satan's brother or whatever.
Yeah, and I've noticed also like this recurrence of these different sects of taking, you know, like Platonic ideas and being very influenced by Plato's.
No, I mean, there was a Mormon today saying that, Plato teaches Mormon theology. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was arguing with me today on Twitter. Yeah. He's like,
they teach you that you're like in this.
Yeah, you know, transmigration of soul. He's like, what's wrong with all this? Is all like celestial, you know, nonsense, whatever. I don't know if they believe in transmigration of souls, but he was like, well, Plato teaches the idea that pre-existing souls, excuse me. Plato teaches the pre-existence of souls, which is true. And then, you know, and he's like, so what's wrong with it? I'm like, well, we're not Platonists, dude. What are you talking about? In fact, Platonism is condemned in the Synodicon. Mads, what's up?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey Jay, long time listener. I just had two questions for you. The first one might be kind of stupid, but there's that conspiracy theory that's been going around on the internet for years. I always disregarded it, and that was about the Monster Energy drink having 666 on it.
Oh yeah.
I always kind of just like, that's stupid. But then I was talking with someone the other day who's a little bit more intelligent, and they brought it up, and they believe it. They don't, you know, they don't drink Monster Energy drink. So I was just wondering if there was anything actually to that.
I've always thought it sounded silly. I've never looked into it, so I couldn't say. Couldn't say on that. K. Wellenreller. Holy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yes, sir.
I got some questions about formal logic. What do you think the correct form of formal logic is? Like classical, Aristotelian? I don't even know if that's the right type of question.
I mean, you have a logic professor here. You could ask him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we just went over this in class. A student had a really good question today because we were contrasting the Aristotelian versus the Boolean. And the student asked a really good question. When do you use what? And I'm like, okay, well, that's an excellent. So one of the major differences is that in Aristotelian logic, existence actually means something. In fact, he derives his whole logic from existing things. So there's more kind of a boots on the ground, common sense. What Boole did is he went more abstract. And so existence really doesn't matter in his
So the way that certain like truth values are calculated and fallacies and stuff are going to differ between the two systems. So he asked a similar question today in class about like, you're asking which one's preferred.
Yeah.
It depends what you're doing. So I pulled up a case where I made an argument using a series of valid deductive syllogisms proving that the intellect's immaterial. Now, one of the first syllogisms that I use talks about universals, and I've had people criticize my argument saying, well, no nominalist is going to agree to that because they don't believe universals exist. I'm like, well, here's a perfect example why I took the Boolean interpretation. Because with universal propositions like A's and E's, there's no existential import. So here's a perfect example. It just depends what you're doing. For example, if you're doing computer programming, you use Boolean law. Like, so there really isn't, it's hard to answer which one do you prefer. It really has to do with, well, what are you doing?
Okay.
I give a specific example where I'm like, I specifically use Boolean logic because it didn't have any existential import, and nominalists couldn't object to me using the term universals in a syllogism. So there's countless examples of like that, just like depends on what you're doing. If you want to talk about like actual existent things and stuff like that, then you're going to be using Aristotelian logic. Great question.
Okay. So, for example, like, what about like paraconsistent? Have you heard of paraconsistent logic? Like, that would be like false because it like I don't exactly know if that's the right one.
Paraconsistent logic, people have a misunderstanding of that. It doesn't say that. As far as I know, I haven't studied it too much. It's people always misunderstand that is that they accept the or deny the law of exclude the middle. Well, that's not entirely true. Not in every case. Paraconsistent logic arose because there might be certain situations in which it isn't an either or. And a law of the exclude the middle. As far as I know, paraconsistent logic did not say in all cases, at all levels, we reject the law of exclude the middle because it would be self-refuting. Well, are we talking about paraconsistent logic or not? Do you see what I mean? So clearly, I mean, if you look it up, it was created to deal with specific cases that might not fall into an either or that would fit the law of exclude the middle, but not all cases. So we don't really have a problem with that.
So do you know of any good books that would expound on like the, I don't know, whatever your view or like the correct view would be on formal logic?
I have no... There isn't a correct view. Like I said, it depends on what you're doing.
It depends, yeah. Okay.
Like, there's all different types of logics. There's higher ordered logic. It's just, what are you wanting to do? They're just systems, right? Based on real realities, either, on the ground or, like I said, universals that God have created or stuff like that. But still, in some sense, it's a created system based on on the things about reality. And so it just depends on, well, what do you want your system to do? So I don't have a preferred, I'm not an expert on paraconsistent logic. I've never seen an instance where I need to use something like that. I have with Boolean and second order and higher order forms of logic and stuff like that. Predicate logic. I use that like for very specific things, and I use Aristotelian logic for other things. So I don't have a preferred. It's just, I wouldn't argue that there's a preferred. It's just, what are you doing? Pick the one that's, works for what you're doing.
All right, so we got Steve McLovin, $5. Joseph Smith was a prophet. Vane, $5. Blessed Lent, brothers. Pray for my family. We just lost someone last night. He went to be with Christ. Sorry for your loss. May he rest in peace. I understand Jamie and I both lost people last month, so people very close to us, it's very difficult. I hear you. Bloody Boy 10 A's. Did James White delete his Twitter? I don't think so. Did you see apostate prophet became a catechumen? Yes, in fact, AP and I had been DMing the whole week before he became a catechumen. So I'm really happy for him. I hope that he continues that journey, and I think everybody was praying that he would move in that direction. So that's great news. What I forget his thing. It's some Greek term or something. Elus, or is it doctor? This is it. No, he didn't. He didn't delete it. It's right there. So, but he did read my tweets, which made for some good entertainment. So
I get a response from him, and his response is, "You have a gay lisp and wear Cosby sweaters."
H. Brazzi, $10. Unfortunately, he refuses to acknowledge the same false prophesying in Mormonism applies to the Gnostic Talmudic spinoff of Christianity, that is Islam, because he wants to be a Muslim. I think Brazzi sent that when the Mormon apologist was on here. Exactly. Benjamin Sarnezy became a member for 2 months. Thank you, man. Welcome. Joseph Smith predicted Cosby sweaters. Yeah, Messiah Ben Cosby, exactly. Mark Komoski, $2. Thank you so much. Metaphysical Dog, $10. What's up, man? Appreciate that. A Sane Dog Recipes, $5. Lemurians fled to a city underneath Mount Shasta after a nuclear war with the Atlanteans. That's still more believable than Joseph Smith's stories. Exactly. I'm on the same page. Rough Hands became a member for 2 months. What's up, dog? Top Jacko-Matic, $2. Keep up these awesome strings, Kang.
Shortly after all that...
Why is he talking again? Hush up. Nobody wants to hear from you. Vane, $5. Bro thinks anyone is going anywhere to watch his 20-hour series on Tertullian. Yeah, my first thought was like, grab me a pillow, dude. Like, ain't nobody gonna watch a damn 20-hour series on Tertullian. That was funny, exactly. What was his name? Robert Gurr. Okay, we gotta mention that. By the way, I gotta change the thumbnail and change the title, which often happens because you never know exactly where the streams are gonna go. So this one,
never know what to get. Exactly.
Yeah, this one pretty much went in the direction of Mormonism, so I'll have to change the title and the thumbnail. Asian Dog Recipes, $2. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I think he means Robert Gurr. $2. Vane. The evidence confirms itself. Robert Gurr. That's a 0 out of 10. LMAO. Exactly. That's what I kept trying to hammer home at the very beginning, where he's like, well, Joseph Smith's a prophet because he had the characteristics of a prophet, and we know that because of the evidence, which confirms that he's a prophet based on the revelations to him that he's a prophet in the texts of the prophecies that he added to, which he's able to do because he's a prophet. It's like, whoa. Flame Mess, $2. Are they actually just space Muslims? Oh, I've been talking about Mormons as Mohammedan, like white people, like Muhammad, prairie muffin Mohammedans. But are they space Muslims? Vane, $5. Joseph Smith's bizarre adventures at Anime Nerds, or about Anime Nerds. President Sundowner, $5. I knew Chad J would whoop Fabio Longhaired J Tushy any day. Tushus? The Chad mode works, keeping it pimp. I don't know if I would fight myself. That's a weird question. EB, $20. Jay, have you heard of One Piece? It is anime trash at times, but is a story about secret societies starting civil wars and conflicts in other countries. Leftists like it sometimes, like Hasabi, but it is a cool story. I've been told many times I need to do Akira and Neon Genesis Evangelion, and I guess this one too, because it has a lot of these animes have conspiracy plots, but I've never gotten into anime. I did watch Ghost in the Shell back in the 90s, and I always liked that, but that was kind of my extent. David Murdoch art, and I watched the is it Ghibli Studios? What's the Hayao Miyazaki? I watched all his movies. David Murdoch art, $20. Remember that Mormons believe in continuing revelation. Exactly. So you beat me to this point, which we needed to hammer home, which is the finality of revelation. For Mormons, new revelation corrects old revelation. That's crucial. That's why they think there's no problem in Joseph Smith adding himself to Genesis, because new prophets can correct anything that came before. It's kind of like the papacy, right? Like the papacy has become a Mormon thing now, where Francis can say...
Wow, you got to lean into that argument.
Yeah, Francis can say, oh, actually the death penalty is no longer good because now it's contrary to the gospel. Even though the death penalty used to be part of natural law, natural justice in Roman Catholic theology, Francis is basically like Joseph Smith now. He can like revise history and reality. He can revise natural law, you know.
It's just another variation that we now know fallacy.
Right.
We now know because of new revelation.
Mormonism is hand in hand with the eternal progression position. God is always improving. Oh, this is interesting. So because they have the view of man ever evolving to godhood, like God the Father, right? The Mormons can say, well, you see, divine revelation is ever evolving and corrects what came before. Wow. That's a profound point, David. That's really good. He says, for Mormons, God is always improving, and that is also how we can be like God in majesty and power, and we get our own planet in the future, which is part of the evolutionary process. Exactly. This is
like now we've got Hegelianism.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Derek's Yoda, $5. Robert Gurr called in one time to Sam Shamoon's stream, and the archive clipped it. That sounds comedic, so let's see if we can find that. I was going to play this Dave Smith debate with Laura Loomer, but I don't think that makes sense for tonight's discussion. So let's see. Sam Shamoon, Robert Gurr. Does it not have his name? Maybe it just says Mormon. Can you link that in the chat if you're still watching there? Derek's Yoda. The archive. Sam Shamoon, Mormon, the archive. Let's try that. It's not that dude. Is it that dude? It kind of looks like that dude. Let's see. I think I've actually listened to this. This might be it. Is that Robert Gurr? I'm trying to see if anybody names who this guy is.
Teachings do you see led to the judicial judgment of God upon the church? Because that means you pretty much either think that the promises of Jesus in Scripture are not promises of Jesus, or Jesus failed, one or the other.
So we're talking about the gates of hell thing?
Not only that, we're talking about John 16, 12 to 13, and 2 Timothy 1, 13 to 14, and 2 Timothy 2, 1 to 2, where there we're told that the Holy Spirit will guide the apostles in all truth. And then Paul says to Timothy, guard the...
Okay, somebody says in the chat that's not him. Is that him? Mormon challenges Sam Shamoon. That looks like... All these Mormon dudes kind of look
So
like...
I hope you enjoyed your cherries
they all look
that
the
you
same.
picked and I stuffed you with.
Is that him, Chad, in the chat? This looks like it might be him.
Jacob, how you doing, man? You reject the Trinity, Jacob?
Yes, sir. I'm a Latter-day Saint.
All right, so now we're talking about the early church, so I don't know what you want to talk.
No, this is somebody named Jacob. That's not him. Oh, here we go. This is him. This looks like the guy.
A friend had shown me some of your videos, and I thought they were very good message. And I
very good what?
I see that you're prolific with speaking to everybody, and my friend said, "Oh, you should go talk to him." And
How long you been part of your church? I know you guys don't like.
Good grief! How many Mormons have called in? No, that's not him. That's Jacob Gurr. No, the guy is bald. Okay, so Robert Gurr is bald. Is this him? Is that him? Here's a bold dude.
So, my friend, so you believe in the Mormon God or gods, right?
Yeah. Hi, Sam.
How you doing,
Can
buddy?
you hear me?
Is that him? This sounds like him.
I'm glad you're here. So obviously,
Okay, let's
we
hear
don't have
this.
the same God. You agree, right?
Yeah. You have a heretical God that I can't believe in. So
Well, your God is Satan. He's your father. So first of all, you believe in the King James Bible, right? I mean, if it's properly interpreted.
Sure.
Can you show me in the King James Bible where your fake God was a man and he became God?
Don't need to. We don't.
Oh yes, actually, you need to.
No, we do not hold the sola scriptura.
I don't care.
We are
about
not sola scriptura. I don't need to show you anything in the King
Mormon.
James Bible.
Okay, LDS. I'm gonna.
I don't need to show you anything.
Show me in the Book of Mormon.
I don't need to show you anything in the Book of Mormon. We are not sola scriptura.
So you're telling me your revelation from Joseph Smith, the son of Satan, you can't prove your case.
It's revelation. So I don't have to prove my case because that's what revelation is.
Now let's get to the Trinity from Scripture, the Old Testament, New Testament. What's your objection?
Okay, so just give me your definition of the Trinity. What is your definition of the Trinity?
The Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God. The Father is not the Son is not the Spirit is not the Father, and they're all identified as Yahweh.
Okay. Why are there two Yahwehs in the Bible, in the Old Testament?
Because that's the biblical way of expressing the fact that this one Yahweh is not one person. I don't expect an ancient text to use modern vocabulary to describe.
I want to comment on this real quick because this is another version of word concept fallacy. So because the name Yahweh, the divine name, is applied in the Old Testament to the Father, the angel of the Lord, and the Spirit, you notice that he assumes that that must mean polytheism because you have two Yahwehs, right? It's another version of word concept fallacy that we saw him use twice in his presence on my stream. The first was that because homoousios was used and originated amongst heterodox groups, it necessarily carries heterodox baggage or meaning. Word concept fallacy. Again, the word logos, if I use the word logos, it doesn't necessitate that I mean it in the sense that the Stoics use the word logos. Right? If you read Marcus Aurelius' meditation, there's a lot of talk about logos there. Does that mean it's identical in exactly the same sense as what John 1 means? A lot of people think it is because they don't understand that language is flexible, it's fluid, it's polyvalent, meaning that it has not one referent, but multiple reference, perhaps, depending upon not just context, but also the system or the philosophical system that's using that word. Okay? For example, little one. Little one in the Bible might be referring to young children, or as we saw in the Zechariah passage where the Messiah is struck, little one refers to his disciples, the little ones who are scattered when the shepherd is struck. In the Lord of the Rings context, the little ones would be the hobbits. So does the word little one in the Bible then refer to and predict the hobbits? You see how silly this is. Likewise, Messiah ben Joseph, because Joseph Smith had the same name, it's absurd to conclude that the Jewish Talmudic reference to Messiah ben Yosef, who comes before Messiah ben David, would therefore be the same referent. And he's doing the exact same thing here, that the word Yahweh can only pick out one thing. Who else makes this argument? Muslims.
Describe the fact that this Yahweh is not one person, especially when we're told Yahweh is one, but one in what sense? So give me a better argument. What's the next one?
Well, you're when Justin Martyr uses Yahweh, he
wait. You said Bible, right? I'm gonna bury you with Justin Martyr because I have Justin Martyr. Don't go to Justin Martyr yet. Answer my point in the Old Testament in Deuteronomy 6:4, as well as Nehemiah 9:6 and Isaiah 37:20. We're told Yahweh is one. So then if he's one, but then we see there's more than one person that is Yahweh, welcome to the wonderful world of the Trinity, which is not your fake God. So now adjust me. What's your next objection?
Okay, so in Deuteronomy 6:4, he uses ikad, which is not a singular one or singularity. It is a unity.
Repeat my argument. I didn't say that.
So
repeat my argument.
So when we're talking about a unity, we don't talk about a singular God.
No, actually, you're wrong, because in Nehemiah 9:6, what's the word for alone? Yahweh alone. What's the word for Nehemiah 9:6?
Okay, in what?
Nehemiah 9:6. What's the
Nehemiah
word?
9:6.
Yep, Yahweh alone.
Okay, you tell me.
No. You think you know Hebrew? Go ahead, tell me.
No, I'm saying I know a little bit of Hebrew, because
Can you stop pretending to know? Because there it says Yahweh alone. In other words,
right.
Only Yahweh, Yahweh alone.
Wait a minute, he knows a little bit of Hebrew. Remember, he said he was Jew. He said he was of the tribe of Ephraim. So remember this Mormon who doesn't know any of the Jewish terms, the Hebrew terms. He's Jewish from the tribe of Ephraim as a Mormon, and obviously a bald, bloated boomer dude, right? White guy, Gen X white guy. But he's a Jewish tribe of Ephraim guy.
So when it says only Yahweh, Yahweh alone, he cannot be gods.
So
what's your objection?
Justin Martyr uses Genesis 19:24 to demonstrate another God subject to the Father.
Oh, yes. You want me to bounce you out of here? We'll get to Justin Martyr, and I'm going to use him to bear you, because I know what Justin Martyr says. I have the articles and sessions. Go to the Old Testament, New Testament. Show me your objection so I can further expose why Joseph Smith is in hell with his brother Muhammad. Give me your objection.
Which I'm using Justin Martyr's biblical verse, Genesis 19:24,
Yes. Okay.
where
Genesis
Yahweh
19:24.
on earth calls down fire from Yahweh in heaven.
Do you know we use that passage to show the Trinity? Okay, so give me the verses to show me that Yahweh is more than one Yahweh, as opposed to showing me that you have a Yahweh on earth and a Yahweh in heaven, which is what we expect to find if that one Yahweh is not one person. Give me the verses. Because notice what he's quoting. Justin Martyr's dialogue with Trypho the Jew. Right there, by the power of the Holy Spirit.
Sam brings up the exact same point from Jake, the Muslim meta goober. Because this is repeated by Jake, the exact same argument the Muslim guy is making. That's why when I was talking about this Muslim guy, or this Mormon guy, I said this is exactly what Jake and Daniel Hakikachu said. It's the same thing that we addressed with Inspiring Philosophy.
Illuminating us, the light switch should go on. Wait, he's debating a Jew who thinks that God is only one person. He's debating a Jew who doesn't think Messiah is God in the flesh and rejects Jesus as the Messiah. So what do you think Justin Martyr is going to do? Justin Martyr is now going to convince the Jew from the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, that the God of Israel is not a single person. But the language he uses isn't meant to relay that there are separate gods. That's his misreading. The language of another God, another Lord, is Justin's way of affirming there's more than one divine person. We're not going to hold Justin Martyr accountable for using language which basically means the same thing as saying there's another divine person, when his point is to show Trypho that the God that appeared to your fathers wasn't the Father, but was this Jesus before he became man. So he's going to use language to affirm there's another divine person, which among the Jews, before, during, after time Christ, was called the second power. He is misreading Justin's language to imply that Justin thinks that Jesus is a separate, inferior God, when the language is meant to convey that the God of Israel is more than one person, but he's using language that may be different from the way we use it today to make the same point. The language he's using is meant to convey the same point when we to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that appeared to David, to Solomon, to Moses. And he's that Yahweh God that the psalmist praise.
Notice that this extended discussion after the interaction with the Mormon ends up referencing the theophanies, which the Thomists have all refuted themselves this week by denying that the angel of the Lord is Christ, even though Christ identifies himself as that very angel and the one who wrestled with Jacob. John 1, identifies the ladder as the Son of Man, the ladder to heaven. That's the ladder that Jacob sees when he wrestles the angel of the Lord. But Thomas, because of their following of St. Talmud Aquinas, cannot let that be the case because they follow a man over divine revelation.
That's a good one.
You like my new one? Yeah. We used to call him Ibn Aquinas. Now we call him Abu Aquinas. Now he's Talmud Aquinas. Gabe K, $10. Did you go through a period early on when you're studying philosophy where you're obsessed with consciousness? No. I mean, I thought it was an interesting question in some classes, but I never really got obsessed with it. How would consciousness emerge from a material process? I don't think it could. I don't think it makes any sense. But good question, Gabe K. And I think we got more over here.
Hey, brother, I got to head out.
Okay, thank you, Brother Deacon. Appreciate your presence.
Let's do some more. All right.
Thanks. Lula, $5. I would like to give you money. I'll give you what I can. Buy more Bitcoin, and you and Jamie grow old. You're the best. Thank you. Old Blue Light, $5. When are you going to debate Pastor Randy Balls? I've already conceded that I would lose that debate. Gallo Glass Books, $5. I read your meta-narratives book, and I loved it. Are you familiar with the Orthodox singer, Vlad Rosu? I'm not, but thank you for that recommendation. Vlad Rosu. Finna Crash Out, $1. All your work in philosophy, theology, politics, it's infinitely more impressive than anything that you'll do with Sam Hyde. Well, I mean, I guess that's, depends on your taste. I like to do different things. I get kind of bored of doing the same thing over and over and over. I've been debating people since 1999. So 25 years of debating. Geopolitics is fun. It doesn't get a lot of viewership. And, I've always loved comedy. I've always been involved in some way, being a clown, joking around. So this was something that I wanted to do, to branch out into. And, I mean, you're saying that this other stuff is, quote, more impressive, but I mean, the first Sam Hyde episode got 21 million views on Twitter, or impressions, but might as well be that. I mean, counting YouTube and all the other outlets. I mean, so I guess it just depends on what you're, quote, impressed with. R. Daniel, $5. Please do analysis of Lawnmower Man. We already did. We did that some years back when Jamie and I did a stream about hacker movies, something in that genre. I forget what we titled it. Let's see. Why is it not coming up? Oh, here it is. Vanilla Sky, Videodrome, Lawnmower Man, Existence. 5 years ago. So we already did that. But thank you for the recommendation. Go check that out. Anytime you guys are always telling me to do a movie, it's like, just search for my name and it on YouTube, because sometimes it pops up, and we probably have done it. String Boy, $10. What are your thoughts on monasticism? Do you have advice on knowing if it's your calling? I do not. That's something that you talk to your spiritual father about. Azane Dog Recipes. Oh, we did that. Asane. Dr. Vagisil, $1. James White cannot complain because by his logic, he was predestined to be trolled. He has to go kiss that thing in Israel to heal his lisp. M, $5. Come to Jordanville, brother. I've never been invited to Jordanville. Top Jackomatic, $2. Keep up that. No, we read that. MKG, $5. I pray that all is well. I'm trying to find the quote that you mentioned where Luther said he wanted to punch Moses' teeth in. Where can I find it? I think I remember reading that maybe in his commentary. So I've read Luther's commentary on Galatians, Romans, the Catholic epistles. All my Luther books are back in Tennessee. I don't have any Luther books here, so I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna go ahead and let's ask Grok that, because he's probably good with this. And I'm going to go ahead and close out the live stream, or the Twitter stream. So this is one of the things that Grok is good for. Now, he's not perfect, but it's pretty good so far with these kinds of, like, you know, trivia citation references. So let's test out Grok on this one. And I've also seen him be wrong, so keep in mind, Grok's not infallible. Where is the quote by Martin Luther, the Protestant reformer, that he would like to punch Moses' teeth out?
Hey, I don't have access to search or real-time info, so I can't pinpoint an exact source for that quote off the top of my head. Martin Luther did say some wild stuff, but he wasn't shy about throwing punches with his words. Are you looking for something specific from his writings, like the Table Talk or one of his sermons? I could give you a general rundown of his style if that helps.
Yes, it might be in Table Talk, it might be in a commentary, it might be in a sermon, but he specifically says that Moses teaches law and not grace, and at times he would like to punch Moses. Is this correct, and where?
Yeah, that sounds like something Luther might have said. He had a real fiery way of putting things. He often griped about Moses being all about the law, while he was pushing grace through faith. I can't nail down the exact spot since I don't have the text in front of me, but Table Talk's a solid bet. That's where he'd ramble off the cuff, and stuff like punching Moses fits his blunt style there. Commentaries, maybe on Romans or Galatians, could have it too, since he hammered law versus grace in those. Sermons? Sure, if he was riled up. Without a direct lookup, I'd say Table Talk's your best shot for that raw, unfiltered Luther vibe. Want me to dig into his theology on law and grace instead?
No, I want that exact quote. I know it exists.
All right, I hear you. You're set on that exact quote. I don't doubt Luther could have said something that colorful, but without a way to flip through his works right now, I can't pull it word for word.
Okay, that's fine. I thought he would be able to flip through the works because, like, every other book I've referenced, he's been able to, like, find the references pretty quick and pretty on the spot. I mean, it's like not always perfect, but, like, you know, he says, "Oh, you're looking for what Victor Ostrovsky talks about around the middle of the book." So he's usually pretty good. So I'm surprised he couldn't find that. MKG, $5. Do you have a book or a video refuting Bart Ehrman? No, I'm not really. I'm not a textual scholar, so I've never really looked into that element of refuting textual scholars. You know, my training is more so philosophy, worldviews, that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be like, if Bart Ehrman asked me to debate, you know, textual veracity, like that's not my domain. There's plenty of people competent to, you know, to debate that topic. That's not my area. Anonymous, $3. Did you ever talk about Malaysian MH370? Rogan refused to have Ashton Forbes on after inviting him and saying it was debunked. I mean, I don't know Ashton Forbes. I think he was on Lord Voldemort 1 hour one time. To me, it sounds kind of goofy and far out, outlandish. I think the video looks fake to me. But I mean, isn't it? I mean, it's most likely it crashed. So, is Joe Rogan Mockingbird? I don't know about that. He's been saying more and more good stuff and having, you know, more and more based opinions, and even being. I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't think Wes Huff is ideal, but that Joe Rogan would even have, you know, people who defended Christianity and, you know, beat Billy Corson in a debate on. It's a move in the right direction. Vane, $5. No, we already read that. Sorry. Let's see. Pizza Guy, $5. Can you go into your opinion on the material in Book of Ethics by A Beauty by Timothy Patitsis? Sorry, man, I never read it. Does he take liberties, or is he spot on? I'm not sure. I haven't read it. Vane, no, we already read that. Chester Cheese, $10. My Protestant Calvinist buddy said councils contradict one another, and you said not all councils' canons are valid. No, I didn't say they aren't all valid. I said that church law is not divine revelation like the scriptures or like, the apostolic tradition is. Church law is applying the principles to the time and the needs of the time and the place. So, for example, there might be a canon in canon law that relates to a place that no longer exists. There's canons that talk about clergy not riding horses. So you cannot have some kind of, absurd, neurotic, Talmudic approach to canon law in the church. I didn't say that the canons aren't valid. And that's not the councils contradicting each other either. So these are very different topics. But your friend who's Protestant needs to be more specific and say, what exactly are you saying contradicts? If you're going to say the councils contradict, you need to prove that. Where? What's the example? He's bullying the Chad EO position. So it doesn't sound like he's bullying. Sound like he's struggling. Alula, $3. Do you think the 2012 presidential election between a Skittles loving Muslim versus a Skittles Mormon? Oh, just think the 2012 presidential election was between two weirdos. We were so screwed no matter what after hearing all of this. Well, I mean, aren't things so much better than the 2012 election? I mean, that was like peak black pill time, dude. Discord, $10. Monster is an anime you will undoubtedly enjoy watching and analyzing. It's the 5th best of all time. Historical fiction, 1980s Germany, mind control experiments. I don't want to spoil too much. Okay, well, maybe I need to make a list of these various animes. I don't have any papers here. So let me tear a page out of a book and make a note. So we got Neon, Evangelion, whatever, Genesis, Evangelion. We got Akira. We got One Piece. Now, I'm not going to watch 500 episodes of something. I mean, it's got to be, I don't have time for that. It's got to be tighter than that. I could do like a couple seasons, but like I can't do a 500 episode anime show. What did he say it was? Monster. What was that one that predicted Koof? Remember that? We talked about on the 4th hour Lord Voldemort. There was an anime that predicted stabby Koof stuff. Something like Velexis. It starts with a V. That seems pretty interesting. In fact, I should have put that in my book, and I forgot to. Vex. Somebody in the chat will know. It's like something like Velexis, Vexis. All right, so it's not going to be. What is it in the chat? Who knows? Somebody knows. Because it came up on 4th hour of Voldemort. In fact, it was even mentioned in the show. Vexellus, Velexis. What is this one? I know somebody's got to know this. Some of y'all anime masters. Because it was a whole Lord Voldemort and the producers even made like a whole little clip of it. Grok might know. Let's ask Grok that. What is the name of an anime series that starts with a V that predicted the COVID situation?
I don't have the latest info to say for sure what predicted COVID, but there's an anime called Vexil.
Vexil, that's it. Boom. Thank you, Grok. Vexil.
#21st century, the potential for creation of human-like androids is seen as a threat. The UN passes an accord strictly prohibiting and
However, we have observed a surge of new activity. The mission before us.
All right, that's it. So Grok failed there. He gets 1 point. Or no, he succeeded there, but he failed at Luther. So MKG $5. Would you say that based on everything you've said about Julius Wellhausen and higher criticism, that Ehrman's objections are a non-starter? I'm going to be honest with you. I've never watched a Bart Ehrman debate. I don't think I have a Bart Ehrman book, so I don't even know. I mean, I know he's like doesn't believe, the Gospels or whatever, but I don't actually even know what his actual positions are. Lula, $2. I thought I sent 5. Here's the other 2. Things are much better now. Glory to God. That's good, man. I know it's tough. It's yeah. In fact, it's not just the UN. This mentions stabbies.
The jabs are coming!
Anyway, I don't want to play too much of it, or it'll just ding the copyright thing. So thank you guys. Remember, you can watch the funny cartoon. This one's a classic, right? Let's play this part. This will be a funny ending for the streamer here. Just maybe a little bit of the beginning.
Mormonism teaches that trillions of planets scattered throughout the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us. They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived. This spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body. Through obedience to Mormon teaching and death and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him.
So notice that is completely consistent with what we've been saying. And it gets even crazier because there's like Jesus and Lucifer brotherhood or whatever, like they're brothers. It's just, I mean, it gets wacky. So that's a classic. I remember watching this when I was at Bible college, and this was like 1999. And I remember everybody had left for like Christmas break or something. So I was on campus. There was nothing else to do. So I went to the library and I rented all of the Baptist Bible College's VHS. Like there was like a whole shelf on cults. So I remember watching one whole shelf for like weeks. Like all I did was watch the cult VHS from the library, and I think they even had like the classics like Hell's Bells, right? Or the modern updated one with Pastor Joel Schimmel. This is Pastor Joel Schimmel. Marilyn Manson is a bad man. His music is full of Satanism. Watch here as he does a satanic thing. Look, it's very satanic. Right? That's my Pastor Joel Schimmel. I forget the name of his rock and roll documentary, but there's an Osho. I remember watching VHS on Osho's cult. I remember watching multiple Mormon documentaries, right? Not just this one, which is like God Makers or whatever, but there's multiple more. Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses documentaries. I watched those. There was even some documentaries on like Satanism and the occult. Because I was at Bible college and everybody was gone. So it was like, there's nothing else to do. So I was like, I guess I'd go to the library and go to the movie. But like, it was a Baptist Bible college, so the library didn't have movies. They just had like documentaries. So I went through all of them. And this was one of them. This is a classic.
Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on a planet near a mysterious star called Kolob. Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives, through endless celestial...
Did you hear what planet that was? Kolob? Does that sound familiar to any of you nerds? Were you, like me, a Battlestar Galactica watcher? I was. With the new one. Guess what? I kid you not. I'm pretty, if I recall, the new Battlestar Galactica with, what's her name? Trisha, whatever. Starbuck. Or no, Katie Sackhoff. Who's this chick? Oh, that's her podcast. Never mind. So the new Battlestar Galactica was a Mormon thing. Whoever was writing it wrote in like the Lords of Kolob, maybe the original writer. I don't remember I was a kid. I wasn't even born when the original Battlestar came out, but the newer one, here's a fan-made trailer. It's pretty fun, like sci-fi wise, right? Like, I'm not saying it's the best show ever, but I enjoyed it when it was out. I got into it. I watched them all. And it's got some pretty interesting, like it's got MK Ultra, it's got fake flags, it's got all the stuff that you would expect in, you know, a TV series. In a, you know, conspiracy-ish series. But their gods are like the Lords of Kolob. And that's because I'm pretty sure the writer was Mormon. As a little side note. So, if you're looking for like sci-fi, if you want a legit sci-fi religion, dude, Mormonism is your bag, dude. That's where you gotta go. All right, thank you guys so much. Hit like and share. We ended up being pretty much a Mormon stream tonight. So I'm gonna change the thumbnail and the title.